The defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. 15,000 every time it takes off.
It's disgusting that an agency head has to even address the fact that their partner's life is continuously being threatened. We treat my partner like any agency head treats their partner, with the authorities that are in place already, following all the rules and regulations. And when any individual across any agency head and their respective spouse or partner has a threat to their life, we come in hard. And unfortunately, there are multiple threats against Alexis's life that have caused us to properly secure her safety. And that is done independently by career FBI agents. I don't have any part in that. They make those decisions. They are the ones doing the security backgrounds and security analysis. And the people on social media using it to generate clicks and trash are jeopardizing the safety of her and other great Americans. And we are going to protect them every step of the way. We are not doing anything any agency head has not done before us.
Real, sir. Count the diamonds is health for you, sir.
Mr. Durst?
Yeah?
We need your help. Pulling into the diner about now should be 4 top-secret agents. One of them is carrying a briefcase. Your mission is to obtain the disc from the briefcase.
Now all the critics wanna hit it. Your shit can, and we did it. Just because they don't get it, but I'll stay fitted. New era committed. Now this red cap gets a rap from these critics. But do we always gotta cry? Do we always gotta live inside a lie? Life's just a blast that's moving really fast. Better stay on top of life, will kick you in the ass. Follow me into a solo. Remember that, kid? So what you wanna do? And where you gonna run when you're staring down the cable of a mic pointed at your grill like a gun? Is rocking the set. It's like Russian roulette when you're placing your bet. So don't be upset when you're broke and you're done. Cause I'ma be the one till I jet. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. Now I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. Now you wanna hate me, 'cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. And now you wanna hate me, 'cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. Does anybody really know the secret? Or the combination for this life and where they keep it? It's kinda sad when you don't know the meaning, but everything happens for a reason. I don't even know what I should say, cause I'm an idiot, a loser, microphone abuser. I analyze every second I exist, beating up my mind every second with my fists. And everybody wanna run, everybody wanna hide from the gun. You can take a ride through this life if you want, but you can't take the edge off the knife. And now you want your money back, but you're denied, cause your brain's fried from the sack. And there ain't nothing I can do, cause life is a lesson, you'll learn it when you're through. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. Now I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately.
This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Hoo-ah! Wow.
Bullying me!
All right. So there you go. It's a little hard on, going hard on some of the crew there. DDK. Don't know who that mysterious Anon is, but it's important to always think for yourself in this movement here. So we didn't watch it ahead of time, but thank you, DDK. Thank you guys for reposting live. I got Instagram in here late, so I think you guys may have missed some of that intro, but it's okay. We got tons of stuff to talk about today. I'm going to pass it over to Tim. He's going to catch us up on what's been going on and what the plan is for today. Good to see you, brother. We got MelzieKaye uncoordinated. They're in the red there. Red. I'll go black, though. And anyways, how you doing, brother Tim? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too. It feels like we haven't been together in quite some time, actually, although behind the scenes we've been chit-chatting a lot. But, yeah, we took the end of the week off last week, and we're back today. Here on Monday, December 22nd, 3 more days, and Santa comes down the chimney with all his gifts and presents. All the military already is getting their 1776 checks. I noticed that. They're all celebrating online. A lot of good clips out there, you guys. The vibes are high. We're feeling good. We've got a very deep topic and subject to talk about today, and that's Epstein. Our title is Epstein plus. We are going to get into the thick of things here. It's been long overdue. The Epstein Q drops are going to come right out front and center for you guys today. We're going to tie it all in with all the latest public disclosure, the Moab documentation that's been dropped. It's just the beginning. It's just the tip of the spear, guys. But we're going to help connect some dots in regards to the Epstein stuff. We've been talking about it for years. All the Anons, we've known about it for a long time, but the public wasn't quite ready for it. But I think we're at that stage in this movie that we're living through, experiencing through this time in history where it's coming to light, and it's the public, not only exposure, but the digestion of the information. And it is quite horrific. So therefore, everybody, I encourage you to put on the full armor of God for today's show. It's going to be a powerful show. Lots of information we're going to dig on. We're going to show you all the Epstein Q drops. We're going to show you documentations. We're going to show you what the government's doing to tie this all together and bring Bill and Hillary Clinton front stage in the new year in January 13th and 14th, specifically speaking. We're going to find out if they're going to cooperate, or if not, if they're going to be fined and even possibly jailed for not following the law, the law of the land, which we talk about a lot. But Melzie, good to see you in red, sister. I'm excited about today. I'm even more excited about tomorrow. So maybe we'll hand it over to Melzie, and she's got some breaking news for all of our Q-Tard friends and family out there. What you got, Melzie?
At first I was like, oh gosh, what is the breaking news? I was like, oh no, what is it? It's really exciting. We're going to have Juan O'Savin on tomorrow. Woo woo. And I think we'll be talking probably about Tina Peters. That's what he said he wants to talk about. So
good.
I'm really excited to have him on. And our old co-host with Qschqql, Mermaid Q, is working with Juan. And so she contacted me and we got it scheduled. So exciting.
It's a Qschqql full circle Q proof, I guess. I mean, how's that? How imagine that? For anybody knows, there are some y'all out there with us from the very beginning. Maybe Luann, I know Trinity, some of y'all out there. But yeah, Mermaid Q.
Phase 1. That was phase one. Yeah, we're now in phase. We're phase 3 or 4 right now. We've lost track, but it's been
which is funny because we were discussing some of that too for the title. Like we said, we kind of go wing it. We go with the flow, or want to make sure we mention Epstein or something. But I mentioned phase 2 because remember they did the binders the first time. It was phase 1. Right. But one of the major Q proofs, which are having a lot more of that, or also Qschqql proofs, excuse me, more specifically, especially since we started version 5.0. Not that we hadn't had shout outs prior to that. But the phase 2 is actually in that very famous Qschqql Q proof, because Trump says very unfortunate phase 2, and that's the post that's on February 23rd, our Qschqql double anniversary, and it says digging in the right places. Anon's asking questions, got the pics and everything, and Trump even tweets very unfortunate phase 2. And that's coming soon. And this is kind of part of it. This is the unrolling too. And we've talked about this many times, how things has to come cyclically around, right? Just like how they attack us in coordinated waves of attacks, we kind of do the same thing in knowledge as well. Just like everything the enemy tried to use against us, we're going or to defeat us or kill us or whatever you want to call it, we're going to reflect back and use it against them. And we're going to hit all these topics like that. And Tim said, now the people are finally ready for it. That's why things have taken so long. You got to integrate stuff as you learn it. And all of you are on the front lines too. So you all might be ready, but all of the vast collective hasn't quite been ready. But man, are they ever been closer than they've ever been before, huh, Tim? The things that people talk about, the things we're seeing on the daily is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's an incredible time right now, brothers and sisters, and all our Qschqql family out there around the world. And everybody's really not only sitting on the edge of their seats, but we've been waiting for all of this stuff to unfold for a very long time. And it is, you can see it day by day as more things become released. You know, the declassified information, the document dumps of the Epstein stuff, which is just the beginning. And we got a clip for you from this morning's LT and We Know show, who dove right into it. And we had this plan, like we were talking about this show over the weekend and even yesterday. We almost came on live last night, but we're so
close.
tired.
Make sure you guys have your notifications on. Make sure you turn notifications on Rumble or anywhere else you can get notifications for our lives. Make sure, because we will go. Surprisingly, we were real close this weekend, but we're kind of pushing it because Tim and I over the years had almost always done a 12/21 show, because even our first year before we were fully on our own, we were only going 3 days a week, and one of those days landed on 12/21, and that was I think that was 2021 then, yeah. But we've done it, you know, every year pretty much, if we could, since I think we've been pretty close. So anyways, we're going to kind of roll that into this one because it's all connected. 12/21 for the Northern Hemisphere, darkest day of the year, dark to light. Yep. Of course, the executive order we've mentioned many, many times over the years here on Qschqql. We're going to touch on all that stuff. So pretty amazing how it comes full circle, cyclical. But again, some of this topic will be heavy. So, you know, put on the full armor of God. Maybe if anybody has a good prayer out there they like, drop that in the comments. Maybe we'll do make sure we do a little prayer for some of this stuff too, Tim, or there's some plenty of the Q drops as well also. So we will cover these topics. God has chosen you for a reason though. And if you're seeing this, you're here by your free will, and, God will only give you what you can handle. So we're always going to, touch on things too. And really your free will, you got to go the rest of the way. And there's so much information out there. You can find out anything you need to find out. So we'll kind of steer the ship and guide everyone as we're doing. But then the Q drops and then the things happening, the Q drops can help you understand it, guys. We're ahead of the news. We're with it. We're totally in sync with it. It's all the anons are covering the deltas, but then the news is totally tied in with it. That we will help you understand what's going on through all this craziness as we've had, and we're going to do the best to understand it and have fun going through the storm, right, brother?
Oh, yeah. And Melzie, I don't know if you knew this, but I was just thinking while you were making the introduction about tomorrow's show, which is on 12/23 of 2025. When you add up all the numbers of that particular date, that's a 17, sister. And we got 107 tomorrow on a 17, hard 17.
Man.
It's the full date. You got the 12 and the 23 and the 2025, put them all together. There's your 17. So yeah, I mean, you can't make this up. When does it become mathematically possible?
Right.
Right before Christmas. What a beautiful Christmas gift for us.
Yeah, it is.
Check this out. Let's shout out an Anon real quick. This is Anon there over on across the pond. We are the Wild 17. Her name's Lois, super awesome digital soldier. We've connected on Instagram for a long time. Anyways, Mr. Green Hat's been making some rounds in the news and stuff. And she does the gematria. Well, simple gematria. The man in the green MAGA hat is 217, Tim, 217. Of course, Qschqql start time. Official, unofficial start time. Since sometimes we're a little behind, but we're always right on cue. So, anyways, check out some of these decodes here. There it is, the man in the green MAGA hat, 217. So, Susan Calloway, some of our other beautiful anons, Brittany Stover, y'all do some amazing gematrias. Susan, in particular, found some really cool ones unique to Qschqql or myself, like a Friday Qschqql with all the Qs. Is 157. My full name is 157. So lots of fun stuff. But here's a few more for the family. 117, Tim, your jacket spelled out is 217. Can you believe
my
that?
God.
117 spelled out is 217. Simple English gematria, guys. For anybody who doesn't know, there's several numbers here. She's cutting and pasting from Gematrix. Okay, so the left-hand side here is the Hebrew, and then this is the regular English, which is basically like 6 times the simple English. Okay, so this right-hand side, and some of them, sometimes there's other numbers mixed in there, which is interesting. Trust, and then we just had this one. There it was. Susan actually found that one the other day because it was in a Q drop. As the World Turns is 217 also, so pretty wild. Anyways, 124 slipped in here. Trust God. My first and last name is 124. There's Tim getting the jacket from our very own White Knight, sent it directly to our brother. And then what was even more amazing, more Q proofs. If you guys don't know this one, let's put him. Hold on, Tim, 1 second. Let me bring this down, put that on full screen so everybody. Do that one more time, Tim, so everybody can see this.
Yeah. So there it is. There's the Navy jacket right there. U.S. Navy, Batman, the American flag on one shoulder, the Batman on the other shoulder, and inside is this is the authentic jacket, and it's labeled number 117 right there on the label, folks. Right there. I don't know if you can see it.
Probably can't. And I think you said there's some info on there anyway, so it's okay. But there's a 117. Tim's posted pictures of it. And beautiful jacket from our dear friend. He goes by White Knight for some circles. And we'll actually, I want to do maybe a mini show on that, but y'all can look up maybe there's our brother Matthew Q, part of the family also. Matthew Q, Simple Gematria 94.
Hello, Matthew.
All the same across the board as White Hat.
Well, I'm excited for today's show. He's got the full armor God on. I got it too. We've all got it, brothers and sisters. So let's dive into it. I'm excited for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be our last show until after Christmas. Just so you guys know, we're taking off after tomorrow's show for a few days. We'll be back next Monday, the 29th of December. So just before we bring
still have your notifications on, because you never know. You
never know. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen during Christmas, right? Because and there's one thing for sure is we don't want anybody to be feeling left alone. So there's going to be a lot of voice chat activity going on Telegram, you guys. Just so you know, I'm going to be participating all through Christmas holidays, and many other brothers and sisters said the same thing, because there are some people that are alone during Christmas. So we don't want them to curl up in a ball on their couch. We want them to participate and be loved and know that, there's brothers and sisters out there for everybody. We got each other's back. So, yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So right before we jump into that, just a couple more of these really cool 217s. Let's see. Godlike Productions, 217. Who Let the Dogs Out, 217. I like that one. A couple of there's the Green Hat Mega Man, Edward X Young. Got some really good clips on here.
Renee knows him very well. They go to a lot of Trump rallies, right? Boots on the ground, Renee, Sister Renee.
Yes. Yeah. My Mission on Earth, 217. There's our boy, Junior. Let's see. Something Big is Coming, 217. 3 Days of Darkness, 217. Check this one up, Tim. Buckle Up, Buttercup.
Oh, Christina, Sister Christina.
Our friend, yeah, and that's connected to Charlie Kirk and all that stuff, and we were showing that on Qschqql, and that happened live on Qschqql also as the episode. So there's been a crazy, incredible amount of connections. So it's pretty wild to see also the gematria, and I've always felt gematria is kind of like a confirmation. Don't use it for the sole thing. It's more of like a confirmation base. So when you have kind of a feeling about yourself or different things, and then you see the gematria, it's that confirmation, right? As opposed to using that strictly. But anyway, so pretty cool things. God communicates through numbers, 351. And that's where we are. And I was even looking back, Tim. Actually, hold on. I have this graphic. One more tiny sidestep. I'm not going to go very far. It's right here because I took a picture of this and then I forgot it or something. Where is it? Make sure it's on the screen here because, yes, this was a date and time thing. Dang it. Went away. But I took, here it is, the 11/17. Where did that go? I can't find it. But on November 17th, I guess I could show it now. Is any time I could go to the date and time, but I'll just tell you so I don't get too lost. But on November 17th of this year, it was 11 months and 17 days away to the election, 11/3/2026. So those are other crazy wild things we found, right? Is 11/7 was 11 months, 17 days. 11/17 was 11/17. So anyways, another one we found amongst the amazing things we've discovered in the Qschqql while we're doing this live, trying to figure out what the hell's going on out in the world.
Yeah, no kidding. And if you could do me a favor while we're playing LT, and we know we're going to play about 12 minutes worth of LT, and he's going to help us set the stage for the Epstein +++ show today that we promised you guys. And there's a lot to cover, and he covers quite a bit of it too in detail. But Kyle, one thing we haven't looked at in a while is how many days has it been since the last Q drop was dropped, and we haven't done it in a while. So maybe do that in the background, and then we'll bring that. There might be a possible, a mathematical connection in that one too, based on our special guest tomorrow, 107. Just saying.
Right.
We'll
yeah,
see.
definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
So, all right. So LT and we know, and we'll be back in a little bit.
About 12 minutes worth. Yeah. Like when he comes to the commercial, Kyle, just skip through his commercial and then play about 2 minutes afterwards.
I got you. Sounds good, brother. Goodbye.
So, of course, we love it when Dan Scavino posts on X. We look forward to the timestamps or other things. August the 17th caught this. Dan Scavino posted his a picture at the CIA. And this time he added the theme music from Inspector Gadget, like you just heard. First thing that came to mind was Inspector Gadget with his spyglass magnifying glass. Who do we know who posted picture of himself with magnifying glass in his hand with words, "I spy"? Do you guys remember that? It was none other than Barack Hussein Obama, and that was placed on the cue board for us to remember. Inspector Gadget. And also, you'll notice that the plane video released at 8:59. We had Epstein plane pic. When did public awareness grow across social media? Well, what do you mean the plane video? I don't know. Could it have been this one? Or we get to that later. Yeah. Well, interesting, because if we go over to the plane pic, you have the Bill Clinton Epstein plane pic where he is there with someone very young, I think. We all understand how that plays out. Under the age of 18, we were asked. Who posted the picture? Who is RC? Well, that happens to be Rachel Chandler. I'll show you more about her in a moment. We know, but it's just good to have a reminder because they're trying to remind us also. And there might be some new folks that didn't really know about Rachel Chandler and what she had to do with the child trafficking in Epstein. Why did Rachel Chandler start and form a modeling talent agency? Oh, to get the kids. There's plane plus the temple. What temple? Oh, the Epstein Island temple. XYZ pics equals witness. Huh.
Do you think that because they are not releasing everything that Congress and the president
signed? Oh, that's right. I forgot to remind you guys. Epstein files, about 3% of it was released. I think it was 3%. So folks are upset. Oh, yeah. DOJ said it has 300 gigabytes of Epstein files.
Can you pause it for a second?
2.5 gigabytes. That was the other day. That's only a total of 0.8.
It's crackling up. Kyle, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. I could seem okay on my end.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should check in the. Let me check in the comments.
Yeah, let me chat. How's the chat, guys? How's the connection? I think it might be you, brother. Hop out, but we'll keep going here.
Oh, okay. I just want to 5-5 in the chat. Make sure that it's coming through loud and clear. If it's just on my end. Everybody,
how's the connection, guys? Is it choppy?
Somebody comment in the chat, please. Let us know how the feed's coming through.
Sounds fine to me.
It does, eh? Okay. Maybe it's just my end. Okay, carry on, brother. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
0.83%. That's from the skiff. Let's go back to the old CNN looking for anything on President Trump.
Congress and the president signed to say you have to release this in 30 days. Doesn't it give more fodder for the conspiracies that exist? I mean, they're not following the law.
Well, look, they've released how many documents tonight? 200,000? More? 400?
10% of Epstein files.
So a good faith effort is being made to release files tonight.
Really?
They're obviously doing that. And I think as it relates to redactions, I mean, my impression is that there's a whole lot of names of victims in there and minors and other people that you probably wouldn't want to release, and they do need to be redacted. Regarding Bill Clinton, I'm sorry to tell you, the reason that Bill Clinton's picture is in the Epstein files is because this has always been a story about Bill Clinton and not Donald Trump. We should call it the Clinton files, not the Epstein files. That's what we're learning tonight. This is the Clinton files. This is the blowing up in the face of the Democrats over this. It's Bill Clinton. This is a story about Democrats and Bill Clinton, and it's always been that way.
They're all screaming. They're all sound like clowns. Oh, they can't handle it. How dare you? How dare you bring up Bill Clinton, who's been to Epstein Island 27 times? How dare you point that out? Don't even bring up the picture of him at Epstein Island wearing a blue dress with red high heels. You know, red being the red slippers, the people that have the red shoes symbolizing child, you know what? Vince Langman posted that picture recently. General Mike Flynn reposted it at 1345, the one who started the digital soldier movement, and denies Q because he can't come out and talk about it. Right? He can't put that out to everyone. But we know. At 1345, on the Q board, it was about opening a new untapped market. It was about securing a black site, the exchange, Uranium One, organized, planned by Bill Clinton, HRC, that's Hillary Rodham Clinton. Donations to Uranium One to Clinton Foundation. Well, they got a lot of money for that Uranium One. Remember, General Flynn posted that picture, reposted the picture of Bill Clinton at Epstein Island that was found at 1345 to remind us of these things. They never thought she would lose. Truth is coming. They never thought that Hillary would lose. They thought, man, we'd always be protected. We can go out to that island. We can do whatever we want to these children. We can bring as many A-listers and Hollywood actors and singers and VIP people out there to frame them, record them, doing terrible things to children and never get caught. And President Trump showed up. As a matter of fact, Nathan Jugan, United We Stand, showing some of these that were released. James Alefantis has attended concerts with Bianca Jagger, Mick Jagger's ex-wife. He said since Mick Jagger can now be confirmed as an associate of Jeffrey Epstein, here's a reminder that his ex-wife Bianca Jagger is close friends with James Alefantis. Oh, you guys remember James Alefantis? The one that got to go on Fox News, the pizza owner. Have you ever seen a pizza owner go on Fox News and get a full interview with Megyn Kelly back when she was on Fox? And they were just saying, oh, it's crazy that there's so many conspiracies, that there's a pizza place that has something to do with children, even though he had pictures plastered all over social media given to us on the Q files to show us just how evil Alefantis is and the connections he had with all the politicians there in D.C. Anyway, James Alefantis attended concerts with Bianca Jagger. Wow, he's well known, huh? Pizza owner. Celebrated her birthday with herself. He even once called her birthday date. Moreover, this is the same Bianca Jagger who used to date Glenn Dubin, an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Bianca Jagger has attended events at the Watermill Center where Marina Abramovich, remember the witch, and Jeff Koons have displayed their pedophile and cannibal art at. The Watermill Center is where Marina Abramovich and Lady Gaga infamously posed in front of a bloody corpse. You see that?
Yep.
Is it just a coincidence that this stuff's starting to come out?
Well, too, eh? He's
a President Trump in 2015.
Say that again one more time, Tim, so I hear you.
Yeah, Alefantis, the Comet Pizza owner, is a hardcore Rothschild from his great grandmother. She's one
they
of
always are. Follow the bloodlines.
Yeah.
Follow the families. Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
Never in a million years would you ever mention Epstein running for president, especially as an outsider, if you're connected to Jeffrey Epstein, period. That's the end of your political career. FYI, right there. He's the first person that said it right to our faces. Pay attention now.
A lot of problems.
Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So
the Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many times.
The Clintons are friends.
Well, I can't say friends, but I know
You're friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play.
Are you saying there's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not. But he could end up being a political problem.
Mm-hmm.
Teflon
Oh,
dog.
Clinton. And here's some of the pictures, if you're looking at your screen, of Clinton from the recent dump, 0.83% dump of the files there with children and pictures. Epstein over and over again. Oh, what did they do? Oh, they went out in CNN this weekend and said, oh, he's in pictures because they're just, that he always hung out with the A-listers, the big important people. But just a lot of connections to Clinton and all these people that went to the island continue to unfold, and makes you wonder that on November 11th, 2017 post on the Q board, we're reminded about Epstein Island with these questions. Follow the bloodlines. What is the keystone? Does Satan exist? Yes, he does. Does the thought of Satan exist? Mm-hmm. Who worships Satan? What is a cult? Epstein Island was written right after those questions. Remember, they have a temple there, satanic temple. The New World Order worships Satan. Have the puppet masters traveled to this island? Why is this relevant? What occurs in a temple? What is a temple? Worship? What kind of worship? Oh, satanic worship. And what does Satan require from all of the folks out of Hollywood, the big singers, the big name folks that become famous? He normally requires a sacrifice. You just watch the movies and you'll see it. And why do you have so many big name people in sports and Hollywood and others always seem to have a mysterious death of some loved one, their son, their daughter, wife, mother, father, husband? It's always somebody. Pretty strange, isn't it? We're going to get to more of this in a moment. Are you tired of tap water loaded with toxins like lead, arsenic, and chlorine? That hidden danger built a revolution or well-duos shower required. Came out and said transforming their water. So folks, shop the AUK Revolution at centuryh2o.com/AUK in the description box below. Clean water starts here. Your health deserves it. So Real AF Patriot came out and said D-class is the flood. This is my opinion only. And he's going to give his opinion. I'm going to play this clip first.
What about during the Biden administration? Because this is information that they had during Biden's years in the White House.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the release of the Epstein files. What about Biden's time? How come Epstein files didn't come out then?
Questions about that too. I'll say that, there have been people calling for the release of the files since 2019. It was mostly Democrats then. But in any case, I know the Biden administration would say that there was an active investigation and the prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. But there was some time after she was, put in jail, and there was some time where they could have released it, especially on Biden's way out, and they didn't.
No, they didn't. So the opinion of Real AF Patriot. I do not know anything for sure. Q told us that less than 10 people know it all, in which 3 are non-military. Mother of all bombs are dropping all over the place. CNN calls out the Democrats for not releasing the Epstein files under Biden. It's almost like it was planned for the Epstein files to be released by Trump. If you are one of the more recently awakened, are you beginning to understand? They stole the 2020 election. They were caught. The country was not ready for the truth. They allowed them to take over. Safeguards were put into place. There would be no World War III. Trump never truly left. He told us he would be back in some form, remember? People needed to be shown, not told. A pause was taken to allow the people to finally see and feel what happens when you allow an illegal, tyrannical group of people overthrow the government. The alternative would have been worse than anything you could ever imagine. 45-47, the dash matters. The dash matters. Had something else with the dash mattering.
Want me to go keep going, Timbo?
No, that's good. That's a good place to stop it right there. That's the Derek Johnson clip there. And of course, Derek Johnson's well versed with the military the military codes and stuff like that. But yeah, that's just a little bit of setting the stage for today's show, the Epstein plus show here on Qschqql. So Kyle, I mean, LT, I mean, ex-Marine, beautiful Q-Tard himself, has been doing amazing work over the years. Him and Dave X22 Report and many others. We can, you know, like the list is almost endless at this point, but those two for sure are well-knowledged, well-versed, well in tune with everything and how everything's unfolding and why it had to be this way. And I just want to applaud LT for all the hard work that he's been doing. Bravo.
Bravo! Salute to the Anons, man. That's a cornerstone, you know, a rock to show up every day, and people don't understand how difficult that is. Fortunately for those folks, they got in early and they had a good system, so they could, I'm assuming, do that pretty much full time. But you know, we're going through the storm with everybody, so thank you guys for all the love and support. Thank you for all the everything you guys done, to the likes, the follows, but especially donations. Scott, especially, been freaking awesome. You're such a rock star, brother. Appreciate you so much. I'm gonna mean to reach out to you too, anyways. But Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you guys, all you beautiful patriots. Brittany, the whole family, the Stover family. I'm assuming it's all Stovers. Anyways, Brittany Stover and her family, Susan Calloway, all you beautiful Anons patriots. Cindy, speaking of which, Cindy needs some prayers out there for her family for the holidays. So send our beautiful Cindy some love and prayers. I know some of y'all
prayers up.
They tried to meet me up there, so give her a moment of silence and send her some love. Hang in there, Cindy, her family. Send her some love also as well to the family. Anyways, all you guys. Jay comes in. We've had some other people on the show too. Brian props in. You guys got to see I Am Rising. We're gonna try to have him on here more. Again, some of maybe our sub shows. Maybe we'll get him on before Qschqql. Have a little Q clock or whatever he does. Do it for maybe an hour or something. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, we've been rocking and rolling. Let's get into it. I'm excited. We've been meaning to do this. It's been a while, and we only got a couple days, so we're gonna get cracking right into it. So where are we going, Timbo?
Well, in order to paint the picture and really start connecting some dots for our family here today, I think we need to go to Diggers, and we're going to go back. We're going to go back a couple of months when the process of the public disclosure of information based on the Epstein files and documents and such, right, through grand juries and the original investigative work that was done and started by Jeff Sessions of all, and we're going to see that in the Q drops. But if you go into Diggers, Kyle, and above the video that we played at the beginning of the show, you're going to see the two things that I dropped. Go up to the top one where it says Chairman Comer subpoenas Bill and Hillary Clinton. And I caught something really interesting when I was getting geared up for today's Qschqql. And there's something I did, like this summer, we had an amazing Qschqql where we brought this information front and center as it was unfolding, right? And that was the subpoenas that the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee was sending out these subpoenas to all of these characters in regards to their testimony based on the Epstein case, right? The Epstein information. So they were all supposed to come in at different dates and stuff. So if you bring that clip up or that article up, we'll quickly go through it. What I did learn out of all these names that were listed, there was some subpoenas that were dropped. One was because one fella, I forget who it was, but he had a heart attack or he was put in an old age home. I think that was Mueller, who's in the Q drops. He didn't have to testify. And then a couple other people, Sessions and others, didn't have to come in and testify. But the only one that actually officially came in and testified under oath was Bill Barr. And the next two in line are Bill and Hillary Clinton. They were supposed to come in last week. And at the last minute, their lawyers got a hold of Comer, Jim Comer, and he's the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, the House Committee. They said, they had to attend a funeral. Okay, so they rescheduled Bill and Hillary Clinton for their testimony on Epstein stuff for January 13th and 14th, right in the new year, folks. But here's the original one, Kyle, if you just want to blast through this. This is this is back in August, this one, right? This was the August one.
Yep. Okay. So August 5th here. And this is what we're talking about Chairman Comer. And it's James Comer. So there's JC and a lot of Q posts also. We have James Comey. And of course, they misspelled his name Corney to hide in these official government documents. So people searching it can't find that. I can't remember like that. That's basically what it is, though. It's pretty wild. I wish I understood it better to explain it to you guys. But they changed the name of a certain font, Corn, CORN. You could not distinguish RN from the M in certain fonts, and these guys would change the font and then write their names in like that to hide them. Pretty wild. But anyways, James Comer. Now, when did he actually become a politician? Tim, was he just elected and now he's a chairman? That seems odd, but I feel like the Democrats have done the same thing. So, or has he been around?
He's been around. He's been a representative out of Kentucky, and he's been digging in there for a number of years. I don't know if it was from 2020 to present day or prior to that. I don't know how far back he goes, but he is he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, folks. And this is why we want to bring this front and center, because we did bring this up in this. Actually, it was when this was published, August 5th. MelzieKaye and I brought this to everybody's attention. And if you scroll down, you're going to see the dates of when these people were supposed to come in and testify. We had the whole list. Remember the list? There it is there. Remember we broke down that list, date. Well, the only one out of all those people that actually officially testified under oath was Bill Barr. Just in the back of your minds.
Only one.
Yep.
Stealth bomber. Remember, and a stealth bomber flew over us. Wow. In the midst of those, the B2 bomber flew over
B2 in the Q drops. Stealth bomber in the Q drops. Yeah. And when we bring up the Epstein Q drops, there's 38 of them. Bill Barr is going to be in at least one or two of them, as far as I can remember. But the next two that are coming now are Bill and Hillary Clinton, folks. And so this is the older article. Now, if you go back into Diggers, Kyle, and bring up the latest breaking news based on the House Oversight Chair threatens Clintons with contempt in Epstein subpoena feud, and we can go through that one. And by the way, look at what started this. Scroll right there. Look what the New York Post dropped this morning, and we knew we were doing an Epstein show today, guys. Just saying. But there's the headline. The New York Post drops the Epstein
files. Ooh, we could have maybe done that one. I didn't want to do just Epstein files. So, anyways, the Epstein files. That was good. Perv, seen kissing, cuddling little girls, and sickening photos. There's also putting that stuff on there right on Hunter Biden's laptop, which we've shown you where to find that. That's a little bit difficult to find. What's it called? Marco Polo. Find the laptop. Oh, by the way, can y'all diggers? When did Comer get elected? When did he start? Just curious because what's his name? That rat man, Raskin. Raskin was elected like in the 2020 election, and then he was the one the 2016. He had just become a politician, and then he was the one protesting Trump winning the 2016 election. It's kind of odd they're using him as this patsy. Why is this guy introducing all this really crucial, important stuff? So I just want to make attention to that in case people didn't know that.
Raskin the rat. Yeah, he's a total rat.
Yep. So we have the links actually to thousands of photos. We'll show you guys where you can get that so you can check this stuff out. We'll have that in Diggers too if you guys had already joined. I have ads on here. Punk bitch. Oh, maybe I don't. Hold on. Never mind. The hell, they're slowing down.
Is your wife okay at the end? You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yes.
Melzie, are you guys breaking up? We're losing Kyle. You're muted. Okay, 1 second. All right. So I'll fill in the gap as best I can while Kyle resets the Wi-Fi over at their end. Come on, Elon, get your shit together, man. Get that freaking that device going for Melzie and Kyle. We need that for Qschqql. But anyway, just a quick reminder, brothers and sisters, tomorrow's show at 2:17 Eastern, we have a special guest, Juan O'Savin, joining us. It's been a long time since we had a I was going to say face-to-face chat, but it's more like face-to-boot to his boots. We're going to see his boots tomorrow. Live chat here on Qschqql. mostly about Tina Peters. We're going to get official updates and where we stand with getting Tina Peters freed, quite possibly for Christmas. So that would be another beautiful Christmas present underneath all of our patriotic trees around the world, because she is a patriot and she needs to be in protected witness program, which I'm just saying, and we're going to learn more about that with Juan O'Savin tomorrow. And we've been pushing really hard. Thanks, Melzie, for really, digging your heels in on that subject. And I think good things are going to be happening for Tina Peters and her family in the near future. So are you back, Kyle? We got you back?
I think so. Yeah, it's been taking a lap. The satellite was taking a lap around the block here. Let me see. Instagram, right.
And I know Elon's watching, so come on, Elon, don't let that happen during Q school. Come on, let's go fix that shit.
There's the petition also too. If you can get a chance to petition there, kimison.com/Tina-Peters-petition. There's the bottom of the screen. Thank you, Melzie, for that as well. Again, thank you, Tim, for mentioning Juan O'Savin coming on tomorrow. So if y'all want to help make any graphics for that too, some of you beautiful patriots, we'll put out a graphic. But some of you guys are really talented with that. So Juan O'Savin coming on tomorrow. I know Juan puts out a broadcast too. If y'all help, spread the love. Let get some new eyes over here, because we're on a mission here. So let's collect the anons and keep moving forward. We got some things to do. So.
Amen. Okay, good. Now that we got you back, let's get back to the updated article now in Diggers, and we're going to get Kyle to read through that. It's quite interesting, actually, and this is where I learned about only Bill Barr being the one testifying, and all the other ones we assume that they went in and testified, but
which one? The original, the one at the bottom, or a different one, Tim?
The one underneath, the one right above Melzie's video that she dropped. It's the House Oversight Chair threatens Clintons with contempt in Epstein subpoena feud. That's the article.
Okay. I clicked the link above the oversight, so I need the one below there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And figure out what you were showing.
Yeah, we'll buzz through this one. It's not a long article, but it's pretty interesting how it reads, and it's kind of the latest update as far as the Bill and Hillary Clinton.
And this is from Syracuse, in New York. Law firm here. House Oversight Chair threatens Clintons with contempt in Epstein subpoena feud. Now, again, some people in Trump's circle actually got arrested for this, right? They didn't testify on some of these. Was it January 6th? Some stuff. The FBI. What's his name? Yeah,
Steve Bannon.
And I think that other guy, I can't think of his name, but he's been around in the circles. Got kind of gray-haired, kind of distinct.
Yeah, he's in the Trump administration now. That's I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the good guys in the FBI type.
Yep.
Okay. So let's see here. A new wrinkle emerged in Congress. Jeffrey Epstein investigation last Friday. House Oversight Committee Chairman, Representative James Comer, we've been talking about, he's a Republican from Kentucky, threatened to pursue contempt of court proceedings against former President Bill Clinton and First Horrific Lady Secretary of State Hillary Clinton if they do not sit for dispositions related to Congress's Epstein investigation. Hello, you're being called before Congress. I guess she's used to it, because before she could just destroy the evidence and nobody gives a fuck, Now it's like, oh, well, why can't I do that now? The Clintons were initially subpoenaed in August, along with a number of Justice Department officials and political figures. Since then, several subpoenas have been withdrawn, and only one person, like Tim said, former Attorney General Bill Barr, has appeared to testify in person. The only one. The Clinton subpoena was not withdrawn, and they were initially slated to appear this week. I believe it was like the 18 and 19, or 17, 18 maybe. The Clintons' attorney informed the committee that they could not attend this week due to a funeral. Whose funeral, by the way? The deadline has now been extended to January 13 and 14, which is also 11/3 and 11/4. If you look at January as the first month, that's 11/3, 11/4, FYI also. Comer threatened that, quote, the committee will move immediately to contempt proceedings if the Clintons do not comply with the new dates. He also stated the Clintons do not provide sufficient justification to forego in-person testimony and provide written statements instead. He said they did not provide sufficient enough, okay? I'm going to keep cruising, Tim, with this. Pretty good information so far.
Yes, please. Yeah, it's not much longer.
Yeah, okay. Clinton attorney David Kendall accused Comer of pursuing, quote, weaponized legislative investigations, sure, quote, and said that the committee was holding the Clintons to a different standard than the other individuals who were allowed to forego in-person depositions. He had accusations that Comer was targeting the Clintons to, quote, catalyze a public spectacle for partisan purposes, end quote. Yeah, right. Even the left don't like Hillary Clinton no more. They don't give a shit about her. The battle over the Clintons' testimony over the Clintons' testimony as part of the larger political and cultural battle regarding Epstein, the notorious financier and sex criminal whose high-profile network overlapped with Wall Street, Washington, D.C., the British royals, they ain't royals, they're stolen assholes, and Ivy League academia. Ivy League is, Epstein was very interested in that. I don't know if we'll cover that a lot today. Of course, he wanted to seed a whole race with his DNA, but he was very well connected with quantum physicists, other top scientists, which if you're trying to control the world, that's probably a good idea. And if you think politicians are easy to buy, you should see how easy it is to buy scientists too. And they'll tell you things like, smoking's great for you, and wear a mask, and take a vaccine. Dumbass shit. Anyways, I digress. Following the August subpoenas, Epstein investigation has built up steam in recent months as new releases of documents and photos have prompted questions about Epstein's ties to former Slick Willie, Bill Clinton, we call him Slick Willie, and current President DJT, the boss. Both men have denied any wrongdoing and have publicly distanced themselves from Epstein. Now, something I always try to tie them in together. Good luck trying to tie them together. That's fine, as long as people are paying attention. Nonetheless, both Bill and Hillary were subpoenaed to provide testimony about Epstein. It remains, who's the funeral for? I want to know that. Let's see if they gave an answer. It remains to be seen whether the two will appear, and if not, whether Comer will follow through on his threat to pursue contempt proceedings. What do we want this Christmas, everybody?
Justice.
We want justice. So we're done with this bullshit. We're going after them if they're not going to show up. Fuck these people, whoever they are, actors, 2.0s, whatever. We want to see it. We got to see it. People got to see this shit. No former president has appeared before Congress since 1983. Sounds like we're overdue. When Gerald Ford did so voluntarily, no former president has ever been compelled to do so. In 2022, then former President Trump was subpoenaed by the J6 Select Committee, select assholes, but that subpoena was ultimately withdrawn and Trump never testified. Contempt of court, here's what it is. Let's go a little bit. It's not too much longer, though. Anything to add? I'll read about contempt of court.
Here, General Apex put in Epstein used taxpayer money to fund the research that developed the CRISPR technology in the vaccines.
Ooh, nice. Thank you for that, Apex. CRISPR literally alters your DNA, and of course they gonna market it like, oh, if you don't, your family's got Alzheimer's, you don't have Alzheimer's anymore. Of course, there's a lot more better ways to treat that stuff. Even was it thiamine, like high vitamin B or something helps with the dementia and Alzheimer's. Y'all do your research. Lots of information out there. Let's see here. No former president. Okay, contempt of court of Congress. Congress has the implied power to hold individuals who interfere with its duties in contempt. In Marshall versus Gordon, the Supreme Court stated that in virtue of the grant of legislative authority, there would be a power implied to deal with contempt insofar as that authority was never to preserve and carry out the legislative authority given. I don't know what this means. Basically means these assholes got to show up if Congress tells them to. All right? To hold a person in contempt, either chamber of Congress needs a simple majority vote. Okay. Congress can hold a person in contempt for refusing to testify or otherwise obstructing a congressional inquiry. So there's a key part. I didn't know that as an American citizen. I get 99.99% of American citizens don't know this shit right here. But that Congress needs a simple majority to hold a person in contempt. What does that even mean to hold somebody in contempt? Maybe somebody in the chat help out with that. Y'all got some great digging over there. God dang, I got to set up that Telegram board so we got all right there. Forgive me. Prosecution of the criminal contempt is rare, but it carries the possibility of a fine and or up to a year in jail. Throw them all in jail. A criminal citation for contempt of Congress would be forwarded to the local U.S. Attorney's Office, which is not obligated to pursue the charges. And this is how these assholes all protect each other, right? If you own the Attorney General, or especially, right, or the what they call that, the DA, the guy that brings the charges, if y'all control those assholes, you're pretty much free from getting in trouble. But that's changing. We are also going to show that big raid that happened in Miami. The sheriff and 17 other police officers got arrested. Big trouble there. Okay, in 2012, Attorney General Eric Holder. Okay, he's also in the Q jobs. This is Barack Obama's Attorney General. This is the guy that is prosecuting major crimes. And when you have a freaking Manchurian candidate in there, you got to pay attention to his Attorney General who's doing the prosecuting. Okay, but he was held in contempt for refusing to turn over documents. Wonder what was in those. He was ultimately not prosecuted because, again, these assholes had their insurance policies. A predictable outcome given the fact that he oversaw the Justice Department. Hello. Okay, in 2022, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, Tim was just mentioning him, however, was indicted and convicted on contempt of Congress charges related to the J6 investigation. He served a 4-month prison sentence. Now, did he just not show up, Tim? And why did he not? If I'm not to go off track too far, but
he did serve time. I mean, he called it next man up, and then that's when they did a little shifting of who was going to run. They all took turns running the Steve Bannon show for 4 straight months while he was in prison, and he swore that this is going to boomerang on them, and of course,
but why didn't he show up? Okay, and that's how we go ahead explain that.
He was against the fraudulent J6 committee investigation because the whole thing was a fraud.
The whole thing was a sham. So he said, "I'm not participating in a sham."
Exactly.
And then they prosecute him, and you guys see how this movie plays out so well. Of course, Cappy talks about Bannon, and just like everybody else, whether it's 2.0 or what have you, he's clearly on our side now. He's been waking people up for a long time, asking these questions, more the pulling the mainstream. Tim we show a lot of stuff. Dad Brad, shout out, brother. How you doing? Epstein was a huge honeypot for the CIA and Mossad. Absolutely. Mossad controls the CIA. Who controls Mossad? Ooh, that's British intelligence, though. Full circle. Epstein connected to British royals.
You're going to see that. We're going to see that in the Epstein Q drops, folks. We're going to bring that to light also. Dark to light. Dark to light.
Dark to light. Okay, so let's see. Let me back to this document. I think we're almost done with this.
Yeah.
And then go back to you guys here.
Yeah, and then we'll go. Then we'll go in.
It looks like President Trump is making a special announcement today at 4:30 Eastern.
4:30 Eastern.
Let's just keep our eye out for that. If you guys see,
we will. Yeah, we will. Let's keep it.
All right. Thanks for the comments.
He made a big one on Friday. That was taking down Big Pharma. They capitulated to him on Friday. That was huge, guys. I mean, I know we took Thursday and Friday off to school, but a lot of things have happened since last Thursday.
What do you mean capitulated? What did they do?
Well, you had all the head cronies of all the big pharma companies, and the next ones to come in are Johnson and Johnson and Pfizer and those the big ones, the big elephants in the room. Well, they all capitulated to him by lowering all the drug prices, and now it's all going through TrumpRx.com. So what he did?
Oh man!
Yeah, guys, this is insane. Like he stood, and they were all behind him. Actually, you guys go back and watch LT, and we know that we only took a little clip out of that to show you guys about the Epstein. But at the very beginning, LT plays that part of it, and that was from Friday afternoon's announcement about these drug prices that are coming down to next to $0 and will be available for all American citizens at the lowest prices ever seen in history. So basically, they capitulated. Big Pharma, and who's next? Who's coming next? He says the insurance companies.
Oh, nice. Because I was like, he already got big tech, and this is a great one too. Great example, guys. All the shills are going to try to still turn this. Now that Epstein's getting exposed more, they're going to say, oh, Trump's not exposing it. Then they're also going to say, oh, he's in with big pharma. But just like we saw with big tech, they all came. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, da-da-da. These assholes committed election interference, right? They've been dealt with.
That was about 2 months ago when they had dinner with Melania. Yeah, about 2 months.
And live on Qschqql, when you watch us, we are the news now. We saw that YouTube was totally unlocked. People are getting their accounts back. You could search videos that were always gone and hidden. They're popping up to the top. Like a great example, you go TED Talk, Bill Gates says lowering population with vaccines. You used to get all the videos that say he didn't mean this or some other bullshit. You have to go scroll down a few pages if you could even find it to find that. All that stuff has been unlocked. That was big tech.
Now, are we still on YouTube? Are we still? Melzie, are we on?
Still are on YouTube. Okay. Yep. Sometimes I think we get a little kicked off as like copyright stuff. Usually, I think so. Okay. But we always pay attention. On my Facebook, every episode gets some of it muted. So
YouTube is allowing us to talk about Epstein now. Wow.
Yes, sir. That's how things have changed. How because I don't know if I have time, but Chrissy Teigen and stuff had some other friends with a great video. Chrissy Teigen, all this stuff. They had to completely be off Twitter because people are waking up so fast. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah, amazing time. All right, back to the article. Let's finish up the article, and then we're going to dive into the Epstein Q drops. You guys, they're phenomenal.
Oh yeah. And the beautiful thing of the boomerang, right? In this partisan environment, you sacrifice yourself in certain situations. General Flynn sacrificed himself. Trump sacrificed himself. Q sacrificed himself. They stepped away for the people to wake up. Steve Bannon getting charged with contempt. And it's like, because he didn't show up, everyone's, yes, nobody's above the law. They got them all to say that. Now, when Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton do the same shit, they can't say anything or just look stupid and like totally freaking biased in the whole shit. Okay. So this is how the beautiful plan comes together. Here, potential prosecution would be conducted by Attorney General Pam Boendi's Justice Department. under President Trump. Recently, Trump has publicly encouraged prosecutions of former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. The president has been accused of installing loyalists to prosecute his political enemies. Of course, they're going to say that shit, but he stays removed from it. That's like the Qjobs always said too. Okay, in August, following the announcement of the Clinton subpoena, Comer himself suggested at the possibility of a prosecution by a politically hostile Justice Department. Quote, if someone doesn't comply with the subpoena, we've seen it happen in the past in both my committee as well as the J6 committee when the Democrats had the majority, and you can hold them in contempt of Congress and with the Republican Attorney General. That's something that I think the Clinton legal team is going to think long and hard about. So he's saying they're kind of forced to show up. We'll see. If criminal contempt is not pursued, other options include civil enforcement and inherent contempt. That definitely sounds like shit the people aren't going to like. Inherent contempt would allow the House to conduct a summary proceeding and incarcerate the accused only until the end of the current session of Congress. I guess you have something. Conclusion, nearly a month remains until the Clintons' scheduled deposition date, leaving plenty of time for negotiation. But if what do they got to negotiate? Just to get your ass there to show up, right? Unless they got a bunch to hide, just like the other assholes, you know. But if the committee does not agree to a written statement or other compromise in lieu of in-person appearance, Comer may have the opportunity to follow through on his threat. In that scenario, either the Clintons will be compelled to appear or they may be held in contempt of Congress. Either outcome would be unprecedented. All right. Nice article. We got through that one. Thank you for that, Tim. And there you go, guys. It's all right in their face. And then just like the Comer's saying, like Trump does, we're letting you guys get ready for it. It says if they don't do this, we might have to do this. Right, Timbo?
Hey, yeah, well done. Yeah. And then this is all about public exposure, right? So we're going to see how the Clintons are going to, try to work around. I mean, they're being cornered. This is how you corner a dangerous animal, right? And you have to do it. It has to be done according to the law. And that's what James Comer and the rest of the House Intelligence Committee have been doing. They're following the book to a T, step by step by step. And each time this is being done, more and more stuff is being released for the public to consume and to digest. And now people are ready for this information to come out. And we're going to see some takedowns, some major big player takedowns because of all this. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the new year, Kyle. It's going to be so exciting. Man, 2026 is going to be glorious. The 200th anniversary. You know, we've got midterm elections. We got the Olympics. You got the FIFA Cup. You got all this stuff coming in the horizon. And then you got the ultimate takedown of the cartels, the global psychopaths that we've been talking about for years. We're going to see it all come to fruition, you guys. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, just the tip.
Tip of the iceberg, baby. Let's go. Shout out all the comments, guys. If I don't get to them during the show, I always try to read them afterwards. Sometimes I make some notes here. I don't know who this is. It's W. Spangle. You say that, Giffen, Kyle, you need a joint. Maybe it's the first time hearing me yelling and shouting, but thank you for the comments. We appreciate you guys. By the way,
safety meeting. We need a safety meeting.
I'm alert. I feel pretty alert. But shout out Kat. Kat got sent a Christmas gift.
Oh, nice.
Kind of cool. I got this. I'm not sure what this plant is exactly or whatever the symbol is, but symbolism I heard could be some downfall, but symbolism will be our uprising also. So thank you, Kat. Appreciate that. Beautiful.
Well, didn't Trump just sign an executive order legalizing that shit to a certain degree?
Legalizing that shit. Yep, schedule it. We got a new schedule.
Yeah, he did for medical purposes and stuff. He did that last week too. At the beginning of the week last week, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't sync with other things we've been talking about.
Yeah, there's so much happening, you guys. Yeah, and just a reminder too, if you want to stay on top of the shit that you don't see, and you want like for any of your family friends that say, "Oh, nothing's happening," you know, you're like still blackpilling. Just go to justice.gov. Go to justice.gov and read it for yourself. What's going on a daily basis? You should see the arrests. I mean, there's literally thousands and tens of thousands of arrests happening all throughout the country and around the world for that matter. But yeah, it's all on the justice.gov website.
Justice.gov. Let me just show that again here. So here's the homepage.
Take them all down.
Take them all down. Here's justice.gov. But if you also go to justice.gov/project PCH project, or excuse me, PS. Let me see this. Justice.gov/project safe
Even if you just go to news has usually all of the
Right.
different
Okay.
arrests.
And then this one, we haven't showed this one in a while. Let's do this one. Project Safe Childhood for, again, those naysayers out there. Also, almost all the time getting regularly updated. I won't have to go very far. Here we go. All December 22nd. Bolton resident charged with child exploitation offenses. Okay,
Is that today? Today's the 22nd, isn't it? Wow.
Yep.
You're pretty quick at updating that website all of a sudden. What's going on?
Yeah, there it
Just
is.
saying.
And I think they kind of come in. Yeah, all right. They come in bunches. Hartford, Vermont man, charged with production of child sexual abuse materials. Put a millstone around his neck. There you go. All these December 22nd. Dark Delight. Undocumented immigrant admits possession of child pornography. Put a millstone around his neck. Right. Justice Department announced Operation Relentless Justice. What's Age's thing called? Operation Restoration. We haven't shouted her out in a while. Shout out to Age. We'll shout that out better soon. Let's see here. And anyways, all this shit we've done it before. That's justice.gov/PSC, Project Safe Childhood. But like Tim said, just justice.gov. Look through there. There's plenty of arrests going on nonstop. This is a massive thing that's infiltrated every aspect of our lives with its tentacles, and we're uprooting them one by one. So it's not going to be this swift flick of the switch. It was never going to be that way. So y'all better snap in there. Y'all in a live action war here. So get ready. Get ready.
That's what I've always said, like, especially in our Telegram channels, and you get, from time to time, you get people coming in and they're down on their luck and nothing's happening. I don't see anything going on. Their punishment, folks, is to go to that website and read the first page for us. You have to read what it says in the first page of who's been arrested, and I'll do that to anybody that wants to come in and shit on our party, so to speak.
Tell him we ain't done. We had enough of all this shit,
Yeah,
especially them naysayers and black pillars.
Oh yeah, we're done with, that's all behind us now. That's water off a duck's back now. But we're definitely we're on track, we're on mission, and it's going to be a better world because of the fact that we're pushing harder than ever now. To get this all to the front and center, to let the public digest it, swallow it, learn it, live it, and that this Epstein stuff, like I said, I can't wait till we get into the Epstein Q drops, Cal and Melzie. I mean, this is the stuff we've been talking about for years, but in bits and pieces. We haven't, you haven't. I mean, we might have did an Epstein show back in the days. You would probably remember, Kyle, more than I, but like taking that particular topic and just spending 2 full hours on that topic, it was kind of overwhelming even for us back in those days. It's so much information, and it's horrific information, right? And the rabbit hole goes deep, folks. It goes really, really deep. And we're not going to go deep with you here on Qschqql. We're gonna just tickle your belly a little bit. We're just gonna tickle your fancy a little bit, and it's up to you. As Q says, the choice to know will always be yours. We can't force it upon you, but I think when Kyle and Melzie and I cover these Q drops for the second half of today's show, you're going to see how all these dots are being connected, because we just brought forefront the most recent documents. Actually, you can show the link for the documents too, Kyle. But you see what the House Committee's been up to for quite some time now in behind the scenes with these Epstein investigations. And now Bill and Hillary Clinton are right smack dab, right where we need them, right where we want them, cornered.
Big time, definitely. Let me show that here in just a second too. We have it over on Diggers, so this is where we always drop our stuff for the shows, guys. So if you want to check it out, there's what the image looks like. Qschqql digs and decodes. Look at that, 1114 on that one. And then the address t.me. This is Telegram. You can do Telegram on the web base. That's web.telegram.org or the app. But t.me/Qschqql diggers. So QS diggers is where we're dropping all the sauce here. We got some good stuff. So we put on here. Let's see. Epstein hoped to seed the human race with his DNA. So again, I don't know how much we'll cover that so much today. Harvard's Steven Pinker was one of the scientific luminaries who met with Mr. Epstein. So we have some of that stuff there. But the archive link in particular, right here, though, link to the Epstein photos. This one's specifically photos, like 8,000 photos of all different kinds there is in there. And then the main link right here is this one, the Oversight Committee, Additional Epstein Estate. So Tim had that over on, or he sent that to me, and then I put it here, but I'm sure he's got over on Qschqql and stuff. Also, other places, there's the main links. You guys can go dig farther on your own into the Epstein files as deep as you want to go also. But we'll keep covering. And there's other great documentaries out there. Pedogate 2020 is really good on kind of symbols and not, it just asks the questions. It doesn't let you decide. That one's really good for people on either side of the aisle. It doesn't really get into the
Mr. Truth Bomb does amazing decodes on the Epstein stuff over the years too.
We should just play a Mr. Truth Bomb soon. We haven't done that for. We used to. I missed some of that when we had the Telegram chat. I mean, I guess we still do when we'd have this documentaries going all the time.
Yeah. Qschqql TV 24/7. I blew up the computer though. Like, I need a new Santa. I need a new computer.
Right.
Maybe we'll get it going again the new year. Maybe Santa. I know Santa's bringing. I heard Santa's bringing Matthew Q a new computer. We'll keep that.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, he's laughing over there. You can't hear it.
I love it. Let's go to the photos real quick, and then I think we'll go into the
Q drops.
The Q drops, yeah. So I just kind of peeked over here. So I haven't seen any of these. I'm pretty sure they're kind of your generic. If you guys got me to zoom in on anything, let me know. Looks like he's playing the piano. There's Ghislaine with Bill Clinton. Looks like she does have the big. She didn't. Somebody's blurred out there. Slick Willie
in the hot tub.
Yep. The planes here is. Look at what she's wearing there. No parking, helicopter parking only. Of course, Ghislaine Maxwell is a helicopter pilot and a submarine pilot. Quite a combination.
Also in the Q drops today, we'll be covering that. Yeah, glad you brought that up. Speaking of helicopters, there's a helicopter right there.
There's another one. Air Monaco. Where else were they going? Monaco, Spain, huh? Red carpet rollout. Is that Bill? Why do they have that one?
That looked like Nelson Mandela. Can you go on the middle? I don't know.
No, it's not.
Never mind.
It's hard to say.
I need new glasses.
But just so everybody in here watching and listening, and even if I know you're with us live, but if somebody's watching this in the future, how do they find these documents again, Kyle? What is the link again? It's on Diggers. It's the House. Is it the House? I think it was the House Committee.
The House Committee is the main one, has everything. So it's this one right here, oversight.house.gov, release Epstein estate documents right there. So this one we posted, what's the date on this one? It's yesterday at 45 minutes after the hour. I think that would be 6:45 Eastern time. Who knows what this thing, it's my computer does some interesting stuff from time to time. So right there though, House.
That's how everybody. That's how you find the link.
Link. Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
No. You go ahead.
Well, and so I just clicked the link. This is what it looks like right here. And then go ahead. What else can they find here? They can find everything.
Well, there's the hyperlink where it says click here for the right there. See the hyperlink, guys? Yeah.
Right here. So this actually, it was originally from November 12th. It's all been here too. And then I think the images. I don't know if those images are in there. And then you click this. There's data, images, natives, text, all kinds of stuff. So this one, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to see what you're digging into. It's not my expertise, this kind of stuff, but you click images and it doesn't explain what the image is. You got to kind of or just scroll through them. The other one, that was the White Knight Fortis. That one, that's in our Diggers channel if you guys want. Just above where the Oversight Committee thing is, a little ways up. Here's the Q drop, just below Q drop 415. Again, this is all posted yesterday on Diggers, Qschqql Diggers. It's this right here, Jmail, www.jmail.world/photos. Somebody put like a Google Drive together, I think, of all the Epstein photos.
Awesome.
Oh, and there's emails in there, at least photos of it too. So that's a juicy one.
Oh, Debrad just dropped in the chat. Also, Melzie, bring that on the screen. Epstein/file/browser.versal.app. Thanks, Debrad. So it looks like we've got some more connections.
All right.
Yeah. But I mean, even during the Christmas holidays, you guys, I know there's going to be a little downtime. I know everybody likes watching Christmas shows and movies and stuff. Maybe switch things up this year and dive into some of this information and get to know it yourself. Like, do your own research. Use your discernment. Trust yourself, and there's quite a shit pile of documents and information and pictures to go through. And this is just the beginning, folks. There's going to be more coming out in the new year, so it's good to stay on top of this the best way you know how, and that's to get to these links and read it for yourselves.
Sounds good.
All right. Is okay, Kyle? Is Kyle back for the Q drops?
Yeah. What do you want next?
We're gonna go to the Q drops now. Let's bring up the Epstein Q drops. There's 38 of them on Q alerts. Matthew's enjoying Qschqql today. You guys can hear him. Ooh.
All right, go ahead.
And start from the beginning. Like do the reverse on it if you don't mind. Flip the yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So let me bring. Okay. There we go. So flip it this way.
There you go, and that should be Q drop 133. That LK Dark LT, and we know that we played that clip. That was the first Q drop that he showed, and he read.
And what was your number, Tim? Didn't you say 68 or something?
60.
For what?
How many Epstein drops did you have?
38.
Oh, 38. See, I did Epstein on Q alerts. I got 69. What did I do?
Maybe it was 68, or maybe it was 68. I said, what did I say? 38.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I was wondering because remember it's off by one again. So y'all put some searches in there yourself and see what you guys come up with just in case. We'll also do.
Why did I say 38? I don't know why I said 38. I was looking at it yesterday.
You had said that a few times too. I think you said earlier. So this is a really huge
corrected. 69. Interesting.
Look at that. It goes from 133 to 999 is the next Q drop with Epstein.
Okay, let's go. Let's bum through these. Let's blast through them all.
So,
this is big stuff.
We did this one fairly recently, Tim. I think you were gone, so I'm going to do a little something fun, Qschqql fun. We can do Q drops in any direction. So I'm going to do Q drop 133. We actually did it, I think, the last time with 134 next to it, and you can actually read those, I think, side by side. 133 with 134. Read it left to right. Very interesting. Yeah, just check it out. Okay, but you can also do Q drops from the bottom to the top also, so they can kind of go in any different way. So I'm gonna do that one here. This is a 11/11 Q drop, November 11th 2017, 11/29. 29 is another 11 and then 35 in there. So I'm gonna go from bottom to top. Q, Vladimir, and it's quote, Vladimir Putin, the New World Order worships Satan. When? How often? Why? Have the puppet masters traveled to this island? Who are the puppet masters? Why is this relevant? What is the significance of the colors, design, and symbol above the dome? How many levels might exist below? Why is the temple on top of a mountain? Worship? What occurs in a temple? What is a temple? Epstein Island. What is a cult? Who worships Satan? Does the thought of Satan exist? Does Satan exist? What is the keystone? Follow the bloodlines. Eye of Providence. Triangle has 3 sides. Think environmental packs, feeder. Think war, feeder. Think slush funds, feeder. Many governments of the world feed the eye. Public wealth disclosures, false. Focus on above 3. Soros, 6+, $1 trillion plus. Rothschild, 6++, $2 trillion plus. House of Saud, 6+++. Get the 666 in here. $4 trillion plus is their real wealth. Soros has $1 trillion himself. Their public wealth disclosures are false, guys. Who are the puppet masters? Important to progress, hard to swallow. Q drop 133. So that's a big bird, right? That's a big picture stuff. So I think that one pretty much explains itself there. Hopefully y'all saw it. Maybe you saw something different or it made sense a little bit better reading it top to bottom. Sometimes Q drops do that. What do you think, Timbo? Keep cruising?
Yeah, let's blast through them. I mean, there's quite a few of them here, guys, obviously. So we're going to obviously seeing it is very valuable, but there's going to be things that are going to jump out at us, and we're going to try and connect the dots as Kyle goes through them. I think we're right on schedule 2 for this. So it's going to take about 45 minutes worth.
This is Q drop 999. It's a different Q drop embedded in here, but I'm going to have Melzie read the embedded Q drop, and Tim, you do the reply. How's that? So Q drop 999. Embedded in here. Go ahead, Mel, on April 3rd.
The chair serves the master. Who is the master? P equals C. Who?
P equals C. Interesting. Kind of pretty coded and cryptic there. And then Q responds. Go ahead, Tim.
Why is Epstein spending $29 million to bury the tunnels underneath is Temple? The H is missing, folks, and there's a reason behind it. I need you to think about that. It's Haiti or Hillary, but more Haiti, I think, than anything else is what we decode.
How about we're talking about the House Oversight Committee too, Tim?
Yes,
the House has
good
a lot
point.
of and hearings H also. This is why you guys can always keep digging into this stuff. There's even a Q drop with the H in parentheses.
With your mouse, can you show where the missing H is in that sentence? I just read. I'll reread the sentence. It says, "Why is Epstein spending $29 million to bury the tunnels underneath his temple on Epstein Island?" It should say his temple. Problem: phones were allowed in. These people are stupid. Q, and that is a direct NSA Wizards and Warlocks comm right there. That's
also FISA. FISA goes both ways, guys. If we got a FISA on Epstein and all these assholes, they could be talking about burying and doing whatever they want, but we have an authorization, a FISA court-ordered thing to their phones, all that stuff. That's what Q is saying. Phones were allowed in. These people are stupid. 29 million. So interesting number. The very first Q drop had 29 in the minutes. I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if that's necessarily a connection. I just saw it. And then, so that was Q drop 999, and then it goes on to the very next one. So Q drop 1000, 999's embedded. So Tim just read that one right there. Why is Epstein spend 29 million to bury the tunnels underneath his temple? And then Q just puts H, and we forgot one other H involved with that too, Tim, is the big one. I would say is hell also, because it's hell underneath there. Hillary Clinton connects to that. Hillary Clinton basically is hell. If you've heard and read all the things about her and done the investigations, there it is.
Yeah. A helicopter. We'll throw a helicopter in there too.
Ooh, a new H on there. Helicopter. As we don't have the helicopter logs at Epstein Island, that's for damn sure. And the submarine logs probably be even more your super secret puppet masters and others of that nature.
Yeah.
So here's some other ones here. Rachel Chandler. It's been a while since we covered this, so we'll go into again this Q drop 1055. There is Rachel Chandler on the Lolita Express. Inside of it, there with Bill Clinton.
Like Willie.
And then it just says R. Chandler. I guess is this the first? I guess the first one with Epstein and Chandler. I don't know if this is the first Chandler drop or not. We're on 1055. Q says Epstein's plane. Who is she? Follow friends. Friends lead to others. Open source. Q. And open source is what we are doing, guys. We are digital soldiers in open source intelligence things. We get everything that's online. It's mostly all posted out there. That's what Q was leading the Anons to back in this, all the way it was 2017, because Rachel Chandler had freaking security footage from Epstein Island from a ritual evening, not just some random evening, right on her Instagram. And also all these assholes like James Alefantis. Again, that's Pedogate 2020. It was a great documentary just looking at their social medias and making you ask the questions. I believe that would probably be back maybe up on YouTube again. Pedogate 2020. It's a certain guy. I can't think of his name. He does really good quality. Again, just like he's kind of a skeptic. So it's nice though. It's not just full blown all this stuff. But anyways, all their friends will comment on their social medias, so you can track all these assholes. And obviously Q team has been doing that for a while as well. Here's another one. Who's this one? Mel, do you know who that is?
Eminem.
Marshall Mathers. Maybe it's F Eminem because he's actually feminine. By the way, this here Rachel Chandler also was born. Ray Chandler is also male to female. It seems like Eminem is female to male, like most of these people on the stage. I don't know how much time we'll have to go into that topic. I've been wanting to do that. That is a dark delight topic. The trans agenda, the Baphomet, right? The worshiping, the Baphomet, the invert, the hermaphrodite, all these things. But this is how they also control these so-called celebrities. Rachel Chandler would be Eminem's handler of some kind, and says Ray Chandler herself says at 17. Why is that the first thing you'd put on there? If you had the opportunity to hang out with a celebrity, do you think you'd be saying that you're underage? I don't think so. But when you're a handler, you're definitely going to say, oh, by the way, I'm underage, 17, or was it 16? Ha ha ha. And what are some other comments? Very tan. Yeah, I can't with this. You can see some Anons start catching this stuff early and waking up on some of these. So there it is, Ray, and then now in parentheses, Rachel. This Anon knows he he was born Ray Chandler. Why is E, we'll assume that's Eminem, so vocal against POTUS? This is another topic we've covered quite a bit, especially the race, creating the propaganda of the race and how these are controlled puppets. Every single rapper under the sun leading up to 2015, 2016 rapped about how cool Donald Trump was. All of a sudden he runs for president and every single one of them attacks. And like Q says, those who scream the loudest, this is directly connected to Epstein stuff. So everyone that really hates Trump, the most vile, the most screaming the loudest about Trump have done the worst things in particular. And they know he's coming to get them because they know he's not part of their circle. Okay, so why is E so vocal against POTUS? That's President of the United States. Anybody doesn't know that one. Biggest connection missing. What does that mean? And why did they just say E? Right? Biggest connection missing. Focus on friends. 2, 1 female, 1 male, 1 presidential pardon, 187 MS-13. Purpose. Q. What does 187 MS-13 mean, Mel?
Is it murder?
Murder is 187. Police code for murder. What's the MS-13?
It's a gang.
The gang, in particular, Q asked several times the Q drops, what are they? Assets. Okay, assets are hard to come by. So that's basically what the mafia was during JFK's time. They would do these false flags or take the hits, put a hit on somebody, and then they killed them. And then those are all your loose strings are tied up, right? So these government shadow bankers, these cabal assholes, can still be orchestrating things and using these gang members or other assets. But MS-13 is a big one. That's why they're also coming over the border for these false flags and other things that scare and harm our American citizens too. So interesting how that's all connected to these two, though, especially.
Yeah.
And which presidential pardon is that? Would that be Obama? Or, I mean, this is in April of 2018. So which POTUS, right?
Right.
Okay. So then this talks about the all the assholes in the media that have colluded with the DNC and Hillary Clinton campaign. We haven't really spoke about this so much. I'm not going to go into it so long, but this is obviously why Epstein's been able to be free for so long. Maybe we can find that little clip of what's her name. She goes on when the story in 2019 about Epstein broke. There's that film from, it was, they didn't want it on the news, but she was talking off camera how upset she was because she had the full story about Epstein and they squashed it, because it was about the queen and all that shit. So that's who's been covering for these greedy psychopaths for a long time. And we know that, but it's good to still paint the picture and show all this. So I'll show that Q drop next. I just want to take a second, been talking for a minute and see where you, anything to add on that, Mel, and then Tim, what other drops you thinking? Anybody?
I'm still digging. I'm trying to find. I'll find us a little Epstein quick hit video. Anyway, no, keep breezing through the Q drops. Like even if there's always something in these Q drops that'll jump out and connect more dots for everybody. So yeah, definitely keep scrolling through them, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So I'm going to do this one here. So let me just click this image and so we can zoom in on it. So they mapped this out. This one's not a high def image, so forgive me, guys, it'll be blurry, but I'll show it. It shows reporter, and then it says senior special agent, more than likely like an FBI, and there's a number 2 there. Senior special agent, 6 of them. So I guess that's probably 2 phone calls because it's going back and forth too. Reporter, senior special agent, 18. Reporter, assistant director, 6. Special agent in charge, 30. FBI executive, 26 phone calls. Now there's another reporter. Look, he's talking to everybody. Staff operations specialist, 17 phone calls. Special agent in charge. You'll see a bigger diagram. Some of these are like one way. Like, oh, here it is right here. You probably can't see it very well, but this one, reporter, had 1 call to a senior special agent, but that senior special agent never called back that way. Sometimes it's only one direction. Here's 3 phone calls to this special agent outbound. No inbound. Probably hard to see for you guys on your end, but it's interesting that they have that all mapped out who these reporters were talking to. This is Q team. This one is Q drop 1515. We did a whole show on 1551 and all the connections that we have with that. June 16th, 2018. And then the rest of the Q drop, though, Q says, these reporters and networks have been named in the WikiLeaks to have colluded with the DNC or Hillary campaign during the 2016 election cycle. So just going to scroll through. I'll hit the names I kind of know. I mean, ABC, if any of y'all watch TV or know the news, you'll know most of these names. But there's George Stephanopoulos, the little guy. He's been involved for a long time. ABC, AP, Associated Press, Okay, not sure what Orrin is. Bloomberg, Jennifer Henderson, Epstein in there. That's odd. Bloomberg, some of these other people, Ruby, CBS, Gail King, all those clowns. CNN, Jake Tapper, Jeff Zucker, that's the CEO, right? All these people. Daily Beast, nice name, assholes. Huffington Post, LAT, whatever that is, more. MSNBC, or like Trump and Q Team say, MSDNC. Whole bunch of them. Rachel Maddow, there they are, all those clowns colluding. Micah Brzezinski, that's the family, the Brzezinski family. Most of these people probably are connected to families, honestly, though. Chuck Todd, NBC, New Yorker, NPR, New York Post, New York Times, of course. Maggie Haberman, she's all over the Q drops. PBS, Charlie Rose, Politico, Reuters, The Hill, Univision, Vice, Vox, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, Yahoo, Bridge, The Bridge, Podesta Group, Bridge between media, FBI, and DOJ, HRC Plus. We got Epstein plus. Now we got HRC Plus. Yeah, of course, so we did the Epstein plus. Why did the Podesta Group close? Public charges? No. Why close? Okay, this is big picture stuff. Tim was just explaining this. Y'all, you want to see proof and stuff, look at, justice.gov or things like this. Like, look up the Podesta Group. They are not around anymore. Do you see these assholes anymore? Maybe you'll see a small clip. It's like, that's really easy to fake, at least, but these people are gone. You know what I mean? Public charges? No, because there's other things happening. Okay, so when did Huber start? November. John Podesta and Huma, November, or NOV at least. Maybe y'all find them NOV acronym. That'd be interesting. Sealed? Do they know? They must. Why did the Podesta Group close? Why no leaks? Because they aren't free, probably, right? And of course, it's tippy top type shit. Who else knows? HRC deal requests? Why? Inspector General or IG to Huber, can IG disclose evidence in pending criminal cases in public disclosures and reports? What do you think, Tim? Probably not, right? They have a pending criminal case, means they haven't finished arresting or prosecuting somebody. You can't put that information out there for obvious reasons. Why not? We just answered it. Grand jury taint and bias, that too, especially. Those are all caps. Interesting. Everyone has an opinion. Clickbait, right? And that's what all the fagas and the what do you call them? The panicins, they're all clickbaiters, right? Yeah.
Black pillars, yeah, panicins. What do you call them? Fagas? I like that one.
Fagas, yeah, fake MAGA, yeah.
Fake
so it looks
MAGA.
like Trump's supposed to speak in a few minutes here. Mel, got an update on that?
Yep, we have 7 minutes, it looks like. So I don't know if you want to.
Okay, what's he going to be talking about? We'll keep ripping.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'll keep an eye on my iPad when he comes on live.
I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna open another Q alerts here for us, and then I'm actually gonna do today's deltas because I have a feeling they'll interweave. So 27 deltas for the 22nd. Did we look at these? We must look at some of these last night, huh, Tim? I know that.
Yeah.
I saw some of these here. So several tests, obviously fully operational. This one's interesting too because I don't think it's been resolved with the shutdown thing yet, right, Tim? So will that be in January if whatever's not resolved?
January 30th is January 30th. Yeah, end of January.
Okay, so we're ways out from that, but it's kind of interesting that Anon asked this way back in 2017. I guess we didn't have the shutdown until 2018. So read the Q jobs with this new perspective, having a bigger picture. Seeing a bigger picture. Let's see here. So Anon asked, no shutdown, it seems. Q says define shutdown. Was ATL shut down? Will NK be shut down? Who controls NK? Leverage? Remove leverage to capture the flag? We're basically seeing that our military law of war manual is about the flags and shit too, right? Capture the flag to end the rule? In the rule of who? Who controls North Korea? Or excuse me, I put that in there. It says NK. Trust. Q. That's all caps there. As I've said for a while, I feel like we have some authority given to the people in trust. Trust the plan. I've kind of intuitively had that maybe even the whole country is in a trust now, how it should operate, who's in charge. Don't worry about the clickies there. But interesting answer there is trust. So anyways, those are the deltas. There's many more. I just kind of bounce around. We'll go back to the Epstein ones here, but I want to see one more. Oh, and what that's referencing to is the leverage, guys, and who controls. If it's talking about North Korea, I like to say sometimes leave the abbreviations as is, just so your mind might not have any bias in my answer too, as well. And so you'll see some stuff. But if we say, will North Korea be shut down? Possibly, or they say their power was shut down. Who controls North Korea? That was really like the CIA. The leverage was actually, you could leverage the president by having a nuclear war threat. Okay, so like basically that's what North Korea was created for, was this possible threat of nuclear war, which would end a president's career immediately. Or if he actually cared about the American people, he wouldn't be able to do certain things either, right? So that's what that's saying. And then this is again, this is very early Q jobs. We're on 426 in December of 2017. But how did North Korea suddenly have miniaturized nukes upon POTUS taking office? And I don't think it says it in here, but basically there's an article, all this stuff, you can track all this stuff, guys. The Anon's dug through all this. Is right before Trump was in office, like 2015 or 16, it said they wouldn't have the ability to miniaturize nukes for like 5 years. So that'd be for like at least 2020. All of a sudden Trump gets in office, and next thing you know, North Korea can suddenly have miniaturized nukes, right? Because that's the CIA. What was stated during Hussein's term by agencies? Okay, it was during Hussein, again, that they couldn't for 5 years. There it is. How did North Korea suddenly obtain missile guidance capability? What is leverage? Define hostage, their last hope. Okay, and that's having the president under control. But they lost that office, then they tried to kill him. And that's why I've seen multiple assassination attempts. There's even the one where we have the image of the missile flying at Air Force One. That's on a trail cam. Haven't covered that for quite a while, but I'm not going to get into that. I want to get too off track, but they used it as bait. Even Trump, my whole theory put together is Trump's first Twitter was removed for a few minutes. I believe when it got turned back on, they being the CIA or whoever operated Twitter, a tracking device into the device. Then when Trump's Twitter was brought back online, white hats projecting and forecasting all these different moves, plan for that and let them believe they were tracking device, and perhaps even allowed them to in certain scenarios, but used it as bait. And when Trump was to hear this, they don't want us to hear this one. I think we're back. Okay. When Trump was flying from Canada to South Korea, he flew over the Bay of Washington, and they launched a nuclear weapon at Air Force One because they had the tracking the location. And obviously Trump wasn't in Air Force One, or they were, they wouldn't use live bait. It doesn't seem like that'd be smart. And then our top technology wiped out the submarine, and I also heard that they also wiped out an underwater, deep underground military base that was under the water as well too. That connects to Red October because these assholes had stolen the sub from years back and using it and having that as leverage as a threat to nuclear capability. It's a full spy movie out there. You're all watching it in real live time action. So, anyways, let's get back to the Q drops. Let's go back to Epstein. If you guys have one in the chats, I'm going to check the chat in a second. If y'all have one on the deltas or one in particular you want me to read, let me know. Or if you want Mel to read some, we're going to do that anyways. This is important too, big picture stuff. This is what it was all about. I think we should at least cover this one. Let's do 1884. Do you mind doing this one, Melzie? You just do the abbreviations if you're not sure.
Okay. SA kill brackets access closed. Epstein Island access closed. Haiti kill brackets access closed. NK kill brackets access closed. China,
you can just read it. We see it.
Russia access closed. Cuba access closed. Sudan access pending government SAUS push. Syria access pending government. Yemen access pending government SAUS push. Libya access pending main port closed limited. Somalia access pending SAUS push.
So there you go. This is a Q team quite straight, honestly, updating the anons and stuff. This is August of 2018. This is very real. It's only, second year of Trump's administration, the very first time. And this is all he got done in that very short time. Saudi Arabia access closed. This is children, guys, children. Epstein Island closed for business. Haiti closed. North Korea closed. China closed. Russia missing eye in there. Interesting. That's missiles connection capabilities closed. Cuba, Sudan, right? Pending government. Interesting how that connects with Saudi Arabia, especially we look at Syria. Now we see Trump admin version 2. He gets the purple carpet rollout. He removes the sanctions on Syria, probably because they got rid of their human trafficking, and it doubled their currency. Saudi Arabia was connected directly to that, so we got the $3 trillion in investments for America. Interesting how that's more of the Q drop stuff is playing out today. All right, Yemen, also Libya. These countries are all in the news here. This also connects to Middle East and Israel connections. Somalia, access pending SA-US push. Okay, so there's that one. And we'll keep cruising on to the Epstein drops. There's a whole bunch of them, so I don't know how deep we should go. Maybe we should play. We didn't get a chance to do that 1 7-minute video. Oh, we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. If you need a little bit of a break, I did put the comical Epstein. I think it's iDrop Media from years ago. The Gilligan Island / Epstein Island little clip.
All right.
If you want to loosen things up, I got my eye on Trump. When he comes on, I'll let you know. I'll cue you up for at Trump. And by the way, I found out what the speech is. It's something to do with Pete Hegseth, Department of War, and Venezuela, I think is what they're going to be. So I see Melzie's eyes are like this big all of a sudden. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. And of course, that's taking down the psychopaths. That's the military industrial complex / the cartels / C_A scumbags. That's what that's all about.
That's it.
That's right.
Yeah. So bottom of diggers, if you want to play that quick video, and then let's go back into the Epstein drops, because of course today's show is all about Epstein, right? And we're going to try and cover as much as we can before the boss comes on and sets another part of the stage for us.
Okay. All right. So we'll play this little Epstein Island here. It's a short one.
Yeah.
Sit right back and you hear the fail of a deep state prick who started with the CIA as a dude with an egg-shaped dick. The mate was a mighty predator. The skipper knew the cure. 5 pedophiles set sail that day for a free island tour, a free Epstein Island tour. The weather started getting rough. The pedo ship was tossed. Caught by the courage of the POTUS HQ, Team Epstein would be lost. Jeffrey Epstein paid the cost. The ship set ground on the shore with these satanic pedophiles, with Bill Gates and Prince Andrew, some billionaires and their wives, the movie stars, and the rest lost here on Epstein's Island.
Oh, Epstein Island. Awesome. Actually, I got, and I found Cappy's New York Times little 2-minute clip. We haven't done this one for a minute either, so I think we'll go into Cappy.
Oh, good. Yeah, you got to have Cappy in an Epstein show for sure. Yeah, that's.
I might leave my mic on this one. We'll see.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. Timing is everything.
NYT ain't got nothing for me. I roll it up to smoke a little weed. Don't talk about RBG, yeah. Oh, they lie. Just a lot of fake news, yeah. We know that everything you do is a lie, guys. Why are you such fucking liars? Don Lemon is a bitch and you all know it. Don Lemon is a best friends with Jesse Smollett.
See if you know it out there, friends.
It's just to grab your heartstrings.
They're hoax perpetrators.
They're hoax perpetrators. Oh yes, they're hoax perpetrators. Fake news, fake hate, crimes, and culture. Taking some bucks from it. What a bitch with an Adam's apple. Hey. Ain't got nothing but me. The NYT is bullshit. CNN, MSM, all of it. Motherfucker, are you so dumb that you will swallow it? No. Occasional cortex. Wow. I heard you got some dance moves, but your brain ain't got nothing much in it. Bill Maher in your red shoes. Is it Suicide wicked for you. No.
No.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's snowing in Calabasas. Bernie is a bitch. Epstein is formerly rich. 1221, take it away. Epstein Island burned away.
That's right.
Oh, well, I used to feel the burn. Used to feel the burn. But then I go a little bit of insight and realize that guy was stealing all the cash for houses all over the world. Are you tired of winning?
Not yet.
Are you tired of winning?
Not
Yes.
yet. Let's go.
Woo!
Get him,
Oh,
Cappy. All right, let's go. Thanks for letting us have a little fun out there, everybody. Did a little Cappy. That's New York Times. That one's kind of hard to find, actually. But there's Cappy special. Hope you guys like that one. We love Cappy.
He does a real powerful Epstein one too. That's we've played that one.
And we've been wanting to do that. It's been a while. It's like Qschqql Pharaohs. No, it's my favorite. 17 minutes. I want to make it a good one for you guys. Maybe I'll just do a recording when I actually have it, but also where I'm like digging in the background of the things he's talking about and stuff. We'll see. But we've it's one of our favorites. Brackets and jackets. Brackets and jackets.
Exactly. Brackets and jackets. Yeah. So maybe if we have time, we could play that as an outro, like for everybody. Just let Cappy take us out.
I was kind of thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah. So cue it up in the background. We'll see how long we go. But let's get back into those Epstein drops, brother. Now that we had a little bit of a break and did a little dancing and hooting and hollering here on Qschqql.
Yeah.
Feels
Especially
good.
especially with you back there too. It'll be good too, so that we can all kind of read a little bit. I just felt like I was going a long time. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no,
back to, let's see, we got all the deltas, we got Cappy, actually Epstein. Okay, so this one is from an article. I'm gonna click it over here. Let's see here. So you want to read? I'll read this one. Anonymous 4chan user recently posted new photos of Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Lolita Pedo Island. The island features a temple atop a small mountain, has been the location of several underage sex parties arranged by Epstein and attended by several of the world's elite, several of the world's greedy psychopaths, including ex-President Bill Clinton, his psycho wife Hillary Clinton, Hollywood puppets, and even members of world's royal puppets. These assholes have all been there. All right, so there's the temple. That's again the keystone of the arch right there too. Is the last stone holds an arch together, and that's kind of like what keystone is, and that's what Cappy sings about too. In Brackets Jackets, he's talking about pulling out the keystone, the Jenga out of the box, and it's gonna be left and right. Everyone's gonna be involved in this because that unites the world. Crimes against humanity, crimes against children. You unite people against all party lines. Period. And that's why Trump had to take the sacrifices and say the things he does, and then has to do the stall, makes him look bad. Guess what? All the left is still dreaming about the Epstein files. We've talked about Epstein more than we ever could have if he didn't say that shit, especially on the people on the other side. I hate that we even have to say sides, but that's what this is all about. It's not about one group being awake or one people thinking they're right and the other one think they're wrong. If that never goes away, then we always have friction, right? And some of this obviously is for our greater good, of course. But I'm saying on general sense, we got to unite, especially to bring on these greedy psychopaths. They love dividing us and making us fight each other. All right, so done lots of decodes on this. Again, the blue and white goes all the way back to Israel, being farther back, it's like Turkish bathhouses and stuff. And this is,
and it's Egypt. There's something to do with Egypt also, I think.
Egypt, okay, and that's them, the gold, and there's the Golden Dome and their belief systems and shit. I mean, I know we did an hour on Qschqql just on these damn birds, man. Like, because it kind of looks like one. That looks like a cockatoo right there, but I'm spacing the names of some of our brilliant friends we've had on the show. But there was also one of them's like a vulture and like all the symbolism of the birds and stuff, because we always thought they're owls. This one might be an owl. That's like the Moloch, but this is definitely some kind of bird. And we just did decodes like crazy on this stuff. All kinds of stuff too. Not going to get all the details. There's benches out here, and the doors locked.
Who was? Remember that daytime show? What's her name there that moved?
Ellen. Thank you for that too, Tim. Ellen did her set is actually looking down Epstein's driveway. This is the temple, but at his main house, you drive up, it's the trees. Her set was actually a picture of Epstein Island. You wouldn't know that if you didn't know that. And then her set with the blue and white mimicked it, just like Disney World or Disney's blue and white, and many other corporations have that blue and white, right? That's all nods to that. And then Q just asked, normal? Probably not normal there. Okay, so back over this page. And then normal, so that image is embedded in here by Q themselves. This was probably an earlier Q drop. I'm reading 3050 right now, March 13th, 2019. We're reading Epstein drops because that's obviously big in the news, and it connects to deltas as well too. So here's document cloud, documents, flight manifest. This is like the original. Oh, we're getting an error on this one. Hold on. Sign in first. Yes, you have to sign in. Has anybody else gone into this link here? I feel like that's the actual documents with the what do you call them? The flight logs, but you can get all those now on FBI.gov. There's vault.fbi.gov, I think it is. And then
and
also
we do have there's a screenshot, one of the Q drops coming up. We're going to have that.
Okay. And then the House Oversight Committee, though, that's basically what this link is. I'm just letting people, other places you can find this stuff. Okay. How long is this one? You want to read this one, Tim?
Sure. Yeah. This is not just about sex trafficking, one in kill brackets. Will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? The tale of two. One is sex resort, non-temple resort only, to trafficked and drugged underage girls, or two, a cult, worship of evil, the temple, classified 1 through 99, Haiti, there's your 1H, pray for the victims, Q.
Absolutely. And if you guys understand what that is, that's again, the Anons probably understand this better than everyone, is the depth of this, like how dark it goes, right? Truth is stranger than fiction. We've covered some of the heavy stuff here. You know, to some people, it's just Epstein Island is this place where the rich and famous go to have like underage women, but it's way, way darker than that, right? It's underage boys as well, who's a huge part of this, the pedophilia, the homosexuality, the invert, all that crap. But they actually do ritual stuff. So that's the second part. Occult, worship of evil. The thing is on a hill with multiple levels. What is a temple? What is a cult? That's what we're dealing with here. It's the occult, worship of evil. And there's some really dark stuff in there. And they do this on specific days in the year with celestial alignments. They do it also on ley lines and stuff. Like churches and stuff are on ley lines. So there's this energy. These people have known about this stuff that many of us are becoming aware of now as we're open to our interdimensional reality, our sensitivity to things, the energy of ourselves and the energy of the planet. These people know this stuff, and they've been using that against us. And this is what it's been all about. Class 1-99 is highest classification. And obviously they're doing this stuff for blackmail, but it's also they're doing black magic. They're literally using this sacrificial energy, and they use it against us too. If it's somebody famous, they channel all that fear, all the everything else, or if you're upset about somebody, all these things. So it's way deeper and darker than people realize. That's why it can't just be exposed like, oh, is it Trump or not? And then now what's the Speaker of the House has kind of made allusions to that. Like, well, we can't expose everything because it will bring down government. And everybody's like, well, what's wrong with that shit? But the Q drops have told us that a long time ago. You can't really destroy everything in the process. So certain things have to be done very delicately. Go ahead, Ad.
There'd be a void if you
avoid.
And the void would be like catastrophic. So that's why it had to be this way.
And that's how nature is. If you take something away, there's a void. It will be filled. It would fill in the vacuum, right? So if you're not prepared with something better to replace it with, something just as bad, or will fill that void. That's what Mel's talking about. So like, we can't just get rid of government. We'll lose our country. And of course, we're talking about that, the art of war. Even if you're taking over another country, you don't destroy that country in that process, because you've made it worthless, the land now. Like, you're supposed to seize assets basically. So, but we're talking about taking back America. So we definitely don't want to destroy America in the process.
And to take back America, you had to take over the world, really, to eradicate the world of the cabal. Because you couldn't just get rid of the cabal within the United States. It had to be around the world to get rid of it.
Yes. So let me hop over to Instagram. Got some beautiful patrons over there. These guys are almost in here all the time. We got Terrence Boyd. Shout out to you always, brother. Amy Overman. She's always hanging out. So let's see, 12 minutes away. That was a while ago. Trump and Pete Hegseth. Venezuela is totally surrounded by our military operation. The last ship took over had children on it. Amy said, I think they're showing that now, right? They're actually showing that there was children on there. This is my first time hearing this. Terrence, I was saying, I've got news for you, my friend. All the ships have children and drugs aboard, period. And then, yeah, Cappy, she's been get mode. Ellen is there. It is. That's what I want. Ellen is a Rothschild, a grandchild. So thank you for that little dig there, Terrence, as well. And all you other guys, great digs you guys do also. Thank you for that. Haven't got to check our main chat too much. I'm sure there's some really good stuff in there. I see General Apex been there, Brad, Susan, all you guys. Okay, so we're gonna keep going through some drops with where did I go? I was looking for the other Cappy thing. Let's just go to the drops. Okay, so I'm on the December 22nd, kind of bouncing around a little bit. Oh, here's the eye missing. Look at this. We just said that with the
yeah.
That was this one up here, the close. Was that the Epstein one? Holy shit. That's crazy that we're jumping around like that. And now we see the eye missing. What one was that? Or is it a different Q post? Let's just see. It's a different eye. Where's the eye missing on this? All right, let's read this one. Here's today's Delta 427. Anon says, this is an Anon here. Q just said this. How did North Korea suddenly have miniaturized nukes upon POTUS taking office? What was stated during Hussein's term by agencies? How did North Korea suddenly obtain missile? There's the missing eye. Is that how it originally was? Guidance capability. I missed that in the original one. It's right here. No, that's not it. One more. Here it is. And there it is. There's a misspelling I in there also. But how odd is that? I don't know if Tim's still listening. We were just reading the Epstein drops, and it said Saudi Arabia closed.
Can you move over just a little bit the screen?
Yes, thank you. Let me just hop over to the other side where we just read. We just read this one right here. Okay, Saudi Arabia access closed, Epstein Island, Haiti, North Korea, China, Russia. RUSSA. The I is missing on this Q drop. And it's 1884 is the Q drop, so in 2018. But we're reading now the deltas, and this one in 2017 has the missing I in the missile here. And then there's also the delta on 427. Q responds to themselves right here. Their last hope, and Q says, why is the I missing? Q. Why is the I missing? What do you think? So in this one, it was how did North Korea suddenly obtain missile guidance cap? We'll assume that's capability.
I would say intelligence.
Intelligence. Good one. I wasn't thinking that right off the bat. That's a great one, because if they don't have the intelligence to get the information they need, doesn't matter what kind of missile capabilities you have. If you don't know what's going on, you're blinded.
You're blinded without intelligence.
I think that's a good one. Do you have an answer on that one, Tim, you think? Maybe anything else with the missing eye?
I've always thought the missing eye stood for indictments.
Indictments there. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're talking about kind of the missile one, but there's a great example how there's always double, triple meanings on all these things here. So, all right. So there's the Epstein drop, and then we had the missing eye, and then I popped over to the deltas. We just covered this one. I'm going to go one more because Elon Musk is connected to this one. And I don't know if it was, I saw some of the social media reel or something came by that I didn't see the whole thing. Did Elon Musk get appointed to something new recently, Tim, by Trump? Anybody have any news on that?
No. The only thing is that there's apparently some kind of new military contract with Elon. So obviously, with all the Space Force stuff and all the technology that Elon's working with, all the AI and the robots, and I mean, yeah, he's tied in quite well with the Department of War somehow, some way. He always has been, and probably always will be. But yeah, there's something to do with a new agreement or deal being made with Elon.
Okay. All right, right on. Look at this post me, perfect for that. And I see some awesome comments coming on. Thank you, Mama Jer, Ray's mom. Qschqql is honestly the best show. You guys are freaking awesome. We really appreciate all those beautiful comments. Scott said, I wonder if all the missing letters spell something. There's also even one too. If you look up all the Q drops with on the move, there's multiple times Q says on the move, and an Anon even did a great dig about that. I can't remember how it goes, but all the letters, woo, that'd be a hard one. But maybe it does. Maybe it sure does spell something too. So absolutely. And then Luann, old school from our OG Qschqql family. Luann, good to see you. The plan is so biblical. We are all on a mission from God together. And that is beautiful. My favorite movies growing up was Blues Brothers. Watch that all the time, almost every day. And a famous line in there is, I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission from God. And then actually I posted on my social media. Then Trump posted the same thing. Gotta love that. Check this Q drop out. Here's 428. Look at the timestamp. 1/11/13. 1/13/36. And Clinton's supposed to testify on January 13th now. It's January 13th and January 14th. It's Hillary and then Bill, whichever one is. Then this Anon says missile tech and guidance capability is SpaceX tech, methinks, via Obama possibly. Am I right, Q? Q responds, and we don't have the timestamps on. Let's see how we do it the old school way. 9 minutes, 5 seconds later, 9-5. And Q responds, why is Elon Musk provided big worldwide subsidies? Or is that Wizards and Warlocks subsidies? No subsidies equals question mark. What would that? I don't think about that. Clown contributions. Anytime clown, we're talking about the CIA. Clown contribution in exchange for access code. Ooh, why relevant? Amazon Echo, Google Home, clown contributions. Apple Face ID tech, Facebook Face ID tech, catching on, bombs away. Q. Wow. I want to look that up because there's only a few bombs away Q drops. And I feel like they kind of all have a theme with like Christmas, I feel like. So I'm going to hop over to QAG. I got Trump's truth on. We'll see if any of his, I don't want the truths on there. We'll still do anyways. Let's do bombs, plural, away. I was going to have you guys guess, but it's going to be a small number. I'm curious what the true social. Oh, it's more than I thought, though. We got 4 Q drops with bombs away. That's on QAG. I don't know. It'd probably be the same number on Q alerts. You never know. So let me see if anything stands out. We just read 428. All right. The other one is 247. And we did this one at the beginning of the month because this is the 1 year, 1 day later before the D5 funeral. This one's about Peter Strzok. And then in particular, the really important part also talks about Andrew McCabe, number 2, HRC emails, how they stacked the deck. Q drop 247 is really powerful to understand big picture stuff too in general.
Well, it's interesting because that lines up with the Epstein Q drops that we're covering because HRC and the Wiener laptop stuff comes into play. That's the SDNY stuff.
Yeah. You know what? Let's read all these bombs away. I think it all relates. And right when I saw that, it was 2 hours, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Mel was reminding us about 2 hours. I guess we're trying to be at 2 hours, but we'll see. Special Epstein. And we've been gone a while, so keep going.
You're like a thoroughbred horse that doesn't know how to stop. Just keep on
Whoa,
running.
Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Can't stop this piece once it starts. So let's do this Q drop. This one's powerful, I think. And look at that. 22 hours, 1 minute, 7 seconds. 107. Got a 107. We got 107 on tomorrow. Tell your friends and family. We'll get the graphics going. 107. We will try to start right on time for sure as well. Of course, we'll have him. We'll do our intros and stuff. So we'll make sure everybody's settled in when we talk with our boy 107 and Tina Peters. 107 has been on Qschqql Hammer Time family multiple times, though, but we will love to have him back. So let's do Q drop 247. Have you been watching the news since Friday? Tim was just talking about Friday. Trump was just doing, what was it Friday you said happened again?
Yeah, Friday was taking more bites out of the big elephant called Big Pharma.
Oh, yeah. Big Pharma. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, and always think of that when you read the Q jobs, guys. They're quantum. We'll explain what they meant then, but think about now. Okay, Peter Strzok's still around. That motherfucker hasn't been arrested. What's up with Peter Strzok? Let's get him on the indictment list. Where's the deal? Let's get some testimony for this asshole. Where's he at? Where's Hunter? Okay, who is Peter Strzok? How was he compromised? How was he paid? Who is Melissa Hodgman? That's his wife, I believe, handler. Company. Title, date of promotion, focus on the date. Okay, what events regarding Peter recently occurred that you now know? Think HRC emails, dirty wiener laptop, etc. Dates, date of promotion of wife. How do they stack the deck? Okay, they always put their people in positions of power and they hand their money back and forth, all this bullshit. Who do they want inside the government? People that they can control, people that have been blackmailed or their like-minded beliefs and do dirty, dark, deep shit with them, and they want power and they're narcissistic in that, right? What are puppets? People that you can control. Okay, how do you control a puppet? With blackmail or like beliefs, right? But mainly blackmail, threats. Number 2 in the FBI, that's Andrew McCabe. Wife connection, she donated to Hillary Clinton's campaign. And then while Hillary Clinton was being investigated, her husband, Andrew McKay, was investigating Hillary Clinton. Make that make sense. And then the Clinton Foundation, in knowing fashion, then donated, because his wife, Andrew McCabe's wife, then ran for like political office and won, and Hillary Clinton's foundation donated to her campaign. Isn't that sweet? What is a pattern? Follow the wives. Keep watching the news this week. Future proves past. I feel like we should watch all this, right? There's lots of stuff happening. Hollywood families going down, Royals insiders, other wives' connections. Are they really connecting? You know, it also says follow the husbands. Or is there a Q drop that says follow the husbands? Do you think there is, Mel? Think husbands are in there? She's not sure. Maybe we'll look that up next. Reread Crumbs, small. How many D's and R's will not seek re-election? Tim and I have talked about this quite a bit. This drops from way back in 2017, but it happens every cycle. We've been having multiple, even record-setting politicians from both sides of the aisle not seeking re-election. The Q drops have been telling us a long time now, and we've been seeing the evidence of it too. Okay, why? Well, because they're being told to. What just passed in the Senate? Okay, think about right now, guys. Also, not just 2017. Why? Who is their new handler? Daddy. Daddy's their new handler. Daddy Trump, Puppy Chumpo. Do as told. Why is this relevant? Because we are in control. Do you not understand the government is being gutted publicly? Bottom, middle, top. Hussein, Iran connection. Bombs away. Merry Christmas. Q. So we got the theme there with the Q. So we just did two of those.
Good timing. Yeah, good timing with the Merry Christmas in there too.
Yeah. So this one's an easy one. Is 428, and this is odd how they do this. Look at this. Here's Q drop 428. We already read that one. It's today's Delta. It's so the Anon talks about this here. Okay, and then Q gave this response. I just read this one. Now, okay, it's 247. 1744. Q drop. Think about it. We got Q as 17. Obama was 44. July 28th. It's an Anon though. This is an odd. I don't know what this decode really means, but the Anon reshares Q drop 247 basically in it, and then Q just reshared it. Q didn't say anything else. Reshared it way later. So there's our third bombs away, and then the last one looks a lot like 4620, but it's actually different. So it's kind of an important one, but I'm going to pass it off to you guys before I read this one. It's kind of big, and then anything else we want to cover? What else we got to get to today, Tim? And then I think we're going to try to get done in the near future. But what else we want to cover before
just a couple more Epstein Q drops. That's all. Like just try and riddle off as many of those as you can. The boss still hasn't come on live. I'm watching it out of the corner of my eye here.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to read just the beginning of this one because it's really important to understand. We've done it before. September 12th, 2171. We're on Q drop 2171, September of 2018. How do you demonstrate reasonable cause to regulate and or break up big tech? Now, pay attention, guys. It's going to connect everything because like we were just mentioning, he had all the big tech guys come originally in the beginning, and now they all capitulate. Thank you, Trump, da-da-da. Next thing you know, all of a sudden YouTube's unlocked. All these other things are happening. Are we going to see the same thing happening with Big Pharma now that they capitulated to Trump as well? Okay, but how do you demonstrate reasonable cause to regulate and or break up big tech? Well, we saw it with the election interference. We saw it with Hunter Biden laptop. We didn't have to be told it. We saw it. Sometimes you can't tell people the truth. You have to show them. We've seen that front and center, okay? And we're going to see that with Big Pharma as well next. What is the common theme and tactic of the left? Okay, define fascism. Forcible suppression of opposition. That's what fascism is. That's what the left is doing, right? They don't want you to listen to DJ Chick T. They try to remove your social media. They try to get him off of social media, Twitter, etc. Okay, everything banned. Define censorship. The institution, system, or practice of censoring. Define narrative. A way of presenting or understanding a situation or series of events that reflects and promotes a particular point of view or set of values. Okay, this I don't know if I want to do this whole thing. It really explains everything well, but it's a little long. So, but you can see basically who the real enemy is. Like right here, realism, actions of Antifa. They are the ones that are aggressive. They are projecting. Okay, they are the ones trying to suppress free speech. They are acting like fascists. Okay, they're the ones that censor stuff. You have to obey their narrative or dogma. Fake news, same thing. They're aggressive. They say Trump is this evil person. We got to get in their face. We got to do this. Suppression. We got to, oh, these people are, it's dangerous ideology. They might be following Trump. Or maybe they won't want to take the vaccine. So they're going to act like fascists and limit your free speech. That's fake news right there. Okay, censorship, and then actions of Twitter, Facebook, Google, YouTube, Reddit, all the same shit. Okay, they're projection, they're aggressive, they suppress, and they censor us. Bombs away. Bloomberg Sessions is said to open probe. Sessions coming in the news again. Here it is.
Oh.
Jeff Sessions open to probe of social media giants. Sources say. So there you go. Now we've seen this stuff play out. YouTube in big trouble. TikTok in big trouble. Trump signs the executive order. You better start allowing the truth or else, right? So we see this all playing out. There's so many moving parts all coming together.
And it's amazing that you brought up Sessions in that particular drop, because when we go back to the Epstein drops, Sessions was the original investigator, or what do you call it? He started the Epstein.
I'll go to that Q drop. I'll go to that Q drop for us as well. Let me just see what he's mentioning, because that's an important one. It also helps us understand the time it's taken for all this too.
Right.
So if you go Wheels of Justice, which we want justice for Christmas here.
Yes.
That's the one Tim's talking about. I might have two. I got so many tabs open here, but let's see. Extreme fatigue. We know that one. That's the important one though. This is your Qschqql homework. Q drop 2381. The second Wheels of Justice post. There's only 2 Wheels of Justice Q drops. I'm going to read 3370. Deannon says, you guys dropping real vids along with indictments helps a lot with overcoming that. And here's what Tim was just saying. Q says, Sessions began the Epstein investigation. When that is revealed, those who doubted may see the light. The wheels of justice turn slow, but when they turn, they are powerful. 10x speed now underway. We are back online. Pelosi attempted block Q. And then that winds up being future proofs past, because the Q drops get shut down when 8chan gets shut down shortly after this too. So there was another one. All right, so let's keep cruising here. Just a couple more Epstein drops. And here's that rest of that drop here. There was the Bloomberg. This one's Fox News. All these articles that were relevant to what was in the Q drop here. All right, so hey Google, Facebook, Twitter, Trump's got a point. You need to do better job of self-regulating. Okay, so there's this article kind of covers that. President tweeted this week, Google search results for Trump news shows only the views reporting of fake news. So this is a great example, and that's actually, we had Tim was gone last week. I'm getting all the days confused too. And Wednesday we had Andrew on, our friend Andrew, and his good buddy Zach Voorhees was the Google whistleblower. And he basically showed that what this middle paragraph's talking about. Trump tweeted, Google search results for Trump news shows only the views and reporting of the fake news media. In other words, they have it rigged for me and so others that almost all stories and news is bad, should be probably are bad. Fake CNN is prominent. Republicans, conservative, and fair media is shut out. Is that illegal? He asked specifically, and the guy's name is Robert Epstein, no relationship. Robert Epstein is a guy from Google that said Google could manipulate search results and stuff like that to actually change up to 10 million votes in election. That's crazy. That's how powerful our subconscious is. And these assholes like Google have been using that for years. So, and we know it because Q's talked about it. So if we caught them, now they're capitulating. What are other ways Google's going to capitulate then, right? So that's what's happening. So those are linked here in this last bombs away drop. It's a long one. Massive fake news attention for a conspiracy. Reddit board being banned. Why are we being targeted by some of the largest media organizations on the planet? Okay, we've beat this with a dead horse, but it's really simple, guys. Think about it logically. If there was nothing legitimate to Q, the news would not spend millions of dollars and hours and articles galore attacking it, right? You attack those you fear the most. Q has highlighted that many times to us, right? Another few more articles. Let's see. QAnon. Let's see. Here's another QAnon. Here one. Reddit's QAnon ban points to how it's tracking toxic communities. Now they got to track because we're toxic, guys. You Q-tards and calling for peace around the world and loving each other. You're really toxic to these greedy psychopaths' way of life. You're really fucking things up for them.
Well said.
Reddit bans QAnon conspiracy theory. Okay, so we kind of get the deal on all these little hyperlinks. Close out some of these windows here. My computer's getting a little laggy. I think that's mine because I'm popping in and out of so many tabs. You got me still, Tim? You hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. You're freezing up just a little bit, just a tad, brother.
Anyways, all these articles here. So you can see them. Washington Post bans QAnon subreddits, banning, all the crazy articles, hundreds of them. And then Q says, panic in DC, statements start a fire. 12 moves ahead. Suicide watch. Q. How about that one? That goes directly back to Epstein, right? He was on suicide watch, and then he didn't die. So bombs away connected well to our Epstein drops today, huh, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see all, like, this is why we want to keep rereading these Q drops, because every time we reread them, and whatever the subject is today, obviously is about Epstein, but you can see so many other dots connecting through it, like different the different names, different people involved in it, the good, bad, and the ugly, and everything in between. But it starts to paint a picture for those who are new to this information, new to the Q Intel board. You can see how the news that's unfolding and coming out today, news unlocks the map, and the map being, of course, the laid out Q Intel board, the Q drop before our very eyes.
Well said. Well said. Here's some good pictures from a while back. Some of y'all might not know. There's Bill Clinton. It's not Epstein Island, but somewhere in the Bahamas.
It'd be interesting. Stop right there with these photos in the Q drops. So I'd be interested to see when you guys dig deep, like during the Christmas holidays, dig deep into those newly released documents, including all those photographs. We shared the links with you earlier. I'm curious to see if some of these Q drop pictures are in those pictures.
Oh, that would be a fun one. You probably could scan that, you could do the 10i or something like that too. So we find out later on.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of people think this is Tony Podesta. I'm pretty sure it's not. We've gotten all the names of these people. That one hyperlink thing was really good. Q Research might be a good place to find this. But then later on, we actually see Chief Justice John Roberts is just off camera over to the side. If you see a farther out picture, John Roberts is in there. And then Q asks who's behind the camera on these specifically, because right here, the political story, Jeffrey Epstein. Not sure what this one is. Let's see. Oh, there you go. That page cannot be found. Another link from the Q drops suddenly missing. Imagine that. Why does that always happen? Drop 3050. 3050. Will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? Follow the attorney. Who took the pic? Who was located behind the camera? Sex trafficking is real. Q. Interesting they do it as an underscore. I was just talking about that Pedogate 2020 great documentary, and he covers some hyperlinks, or they kind of like this. One in particular was In-N-Out Burger. If you did hashtag in_out_burger, it had to be like specifically that. It was like you could see these women had like a code for like modeling like job, and then somehow it was a secret thing. And then I heard Twitter, you could have a secret hashtag, and then they were even like live feeding in, all their disgusting depravities and things that these psychopaths do with these hyperlinks. So interesting that they did sex trafficking is real like that. That seems like a nod to that for sure.
Yeah, and the attorney part, and I was just thinking when you read that Q drop about the attorney, follow the attorney, attorneys in capital letters. I'm thinking Dershowitz, and that's number 17. Plain, number 17. Welcome. Number 17. Remember that Q drop? That's
Alan. Yep, that one. Alan.
Dershowitz was Epstein's lawyer. He was the attorney for Epstein.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go to X for a second because I know I had some good stuff saved over there. Let's see how many people we got watching here. We're right behind Alex Jones. 190 though, not bad, not bad. Look at that, plus.
Yeah, Big Daddy's almost ready to come on. They've got the podium set up, guys. There's some pictures. Oh boy, they got photographs of, I think it looks like Venezuela. Anyway, get ready for it. It's coming on. Are we going to cover it live, or are we going to just go off air and let everybody, like, what do you guys want to do? You want to let it roll?
I think we'll let it cover it. We can cover it, I think. And if you got to pop off Tim or Mel or whatever, we can kind of.
Yeah, I got to right now. I got to start cooking dinner for Matthew. So I'm going to bow out right now, but I'll be listening and I'll come in and yeah, thanks. Great job today, Melzie and Kyle. And I'll try to jump in after I feed my boy. I'll probably bring him on screen for you guys too, because he loves.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. And then I know we're gonna maybe do the 17-minute thing to close, but maybe we got a short one because maybe we can close up
just
and
a little 17-minute until
Trump?
Trump comes in. Till Kyle comes in.
You play Cappy right now until Trump comes
Yeah,
on,
till
but
Trump
then
comes
cut
in.
into Cappy.
Cut into Cappy.
Yeah, what do you guys think
Cappy
about
would
that?
care about it.
I think Trump's coming on any second.
Okay, let me get him.
Let's just do another Q, like another.
Where's the best place to find him, Tim? Like RSBN, YouTube, or something?
RSBN, keep it on the sideline. They've got the split screenshot right now. You'll see when Trump comes. See the photographs and the podium set up already. RSBN, yeah.
Okay. So I think we'll use YouTube then, y'all, and RSBN. There it is. So y'all, somebody's gonna let me know when he comes on. So we'll keep going to some drops. Melzy, if you gotta hop out or anything, or if you want to hang out, appreciate it. Okay, a few more Epstein drops, guys. We're covering these ones with the here it is in the they're in the Bahamas. It's not Epstein Island. Bill Clinton's in this photo. Later on, we find out John Roberts is there. This is not Tony Podesta, it's somebody else. And then Q draws our attention to who's behind the camera. Just like when we find the Hunter Biden laptop, why are they filming all this stuff? Well, it's all for blackmail, right? That's also why they write everyone down that flies there. It's blackmail. That's how they keep tabs on these assholes. So let's see there. So Anon says, started digging on the pic Q posted. So again, like Tim said, I think that's a great call. Are one of these photos going to turn up in the Epstein documents? That'll be wild. Ooh. Started digging on the pic Q posted, trying to figure out who took the pic. Doing a search of it on TinEye, and TinEye like doesn't do social medias anymore, which is wild. That kind of defeats the purpose, I think. The first article that pops up is from True Pundit last March. One thing that popped up, going to dig further in a bit, was the location the pic was taken. Quote, this is from the article that the guy found the image from. That's by using TinEye, okay? You basically copy the image or you save it to your device. You go to tineye.com. and you put that file link in there and it'll show you where the image originated and where it's been and shit. Although they used to, I swear you could get like, it was good for like even like catfish stuff or whatever. Like you could, but now it like doesn't do social medias. I don't know how that works. Anyways, you got a great 2-minute video. Okay. Thank you. We need a little break. Somebody holler at me too when Trump comes on. Telepathically, I guess, since Tim's out, maybe you can peek over or just keep an eye on the chat.
Brad's got his eye on it, so.
Okay, Brad will let us know.
Yep.
Let us know, Brad. Yell extra loud, okay, buddy? Okay, one thing, this Anon here digging. One thing that popped out, going to dig further in a bit, was the location the pic was taken. Okay, this is from the article. Quote, Clinton is seen here kicking back at a beach day in January 2017 in Pamela Bayahibe, I think it is. It was a mouthful in Espanol there. An exclusive haven of warm waters and refuge near the so-called Paso de Catuana, very close to Isa Saona. This resort is only inaccessible by private boat. No idea who took the pic yet, still digging, but thought I'd share the location in case it helps one of you. Anybody know anything about this resort? Is it a, quote, last resort? All right, and then here's an article, True Pundit. This might be where the actual image comes from. Again, if you did TinEye, you would find this. Anon linked this. Busted. Mueller's new star witness against Trump caught partying at exclusive island resort with Bill Clinton. Oh, shit. Somebody in that picture is one of those guys. That's right. I'm not seeing the article date. There it is, March 13th, 2018. The Clintons get busted again. Whose article is this? True Pundit. Okay. Clintons get busted again. It's never-ending saga that somehow always seems to outdo itself. Special counsel Robert Mueller is getting the cooperation of Lebanese-American businessmen with ties to Arab royalty in his probe of foreign influence on the Trump presidential campaign, including the possibility of a back channel, that's right from the Q drops, between the Kremlin and the Trump transition team. Yeah, right. George Nader testified last week to the Mueller grand jury. That's what it is. Mr. Nader, I guess it's Nader. There's Nadler, but this is Nader, George Nader. Mr. Nader is an advisor to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of Nahyan Business, Abu Dhabi, the de facto ruler of the United Arab Emirates, UAE. According to the Times, Mr. Mueller is investigating whether Emirati money found its way to the Trump campaign, which would be illegal. Anyways, let's see the star witness. There they are. One of them is Nader. I think it might even be that guy. Nader, yeah, pictured far right. So that's not Tony Podesta. Nader, but he happened to come up in the which thing was it? Hillary did not travel with Bill Clinton during this junket. Can't you tell? Looks like a credible witness. Just another chapter in the Mueller Russia investigation. Sounds like we've been in control a long time, or they just don't have enough people to, hide all their crimes and shit. So let's go back to the drop here, and I'll keep cruising. Here we finally get something with Rachel Chandler included. So basically, Q seems to answer the anon who took the picture here, in my assessment. This is Q drop 3133. 3133 March of 2019. We're covering Epstein drops. Here we go. Rachel Chandler.us. I think this is still up. We're getting redirected. It must have got removed. Something weird now, I think, with that site. So we can't go there. Anyways, it was basically, she had a site for models and stuff. She had pictures. I wish we still had it. We have all of our old recordings. A lot of the models look very famished or bruised. They're just unhealthy. It's awkward photos. It seems to be obviously like a catalog for, picking out children and stuff. But obviously we find out that she's behind the camera. So how many girls were waiting for the return to the boat? So these are these guys. Again, you can only get to this island by boat. So nobody's flying in there. Nobody's driving in there. You get there, you're probably stuck there. And Q asked that question then is how many girls were waiting at the boat? And I think who procures them. So let's see here. How many girls are waiting for their return to the boat? Who owned the boat? What does a handler procure? Is the handler one of many connected to Epstein? Flight logs reveal many hidden artifacts, and we see RC in there, Q. So, and then Rachel Chandler is there, that connection. And then it comes up again here. So there's their Q response. Q responds to themselves. Who is Rachel Chandler? Who is Rachel Chandler? And I think that's a great start there. We've highlighted Rachel Chandler in the past. I think that's when you got to get to. There's a really important Q drop where it says Rachel Chandler in the news, though. To me, was it?
I think
Trump's on. Okay. But when we see Rachel Chandler's name in the news, it means something. It's really, really close, big time news. And I think it feels like it's close here. But let's check on Poppy Trumpo. Looks like he's about ready to come out, or he is. Okay, I don't see him on my end just yet.
Okay.
But he's about to walk out, so we'll be right there. We'll pop right on over.
Poppy Trumpo.
Yeah. So Q
Should
says.
Should we do that little video?
Yeah. Okay. Where you got it?
It's down in Diggers.
Okay. I'm here. Keep going with this. 3135 Q. Who is Rachel Chandler? Q responds. What high profile, greedy psychopath people fund and provide Rachel with her photography studio? Ooh. What is the studio used for? What is the studio really used for? Who has Rachel Chandler been pictured with? This goes far beyond spirit cooking models. Q. Again, deep dark world there being exposed, y'all, of this topic. Epstein Island dungeon beneath the temple, sex and torture rooms openly flaunt across social media. Untouchable, Q. As I mentioned, Rachel Chandler put the security camera footage from a ritual event, Epstein, right on here. Oh, here it is for y'all to see. I guess I'll show it. So here's the different levels. Camera Q asked us, talking about the stairway, trying for the anons to figure out actually how many levels down this goes. I think it's like 6 something levels. Here on channel 11, some people speculate that looks like Hillary Clinton, certainly the same build and
or
kind
Nancy Pelosi is who I
Pelosi too. Nobody knows for sure, but it looks like one of them. I mean, in ways. And then there's some really dark stuff here with the buckets, and then this one in too. If you change the contrast,
buckets?
What?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Okay.
If y'all want to look
I don't
at.
want to know.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's and some anons too. Even the picture here that's blurred out, they change the contrast, and you can kind of find out what's going on there. A lot of bedrooms, silver QAnon. This is 6, so people were starting to wake up. Yeah, what is this? Screenshot for sure. Holy shit! I see this post. This is what Q drops did, right? These guys could no longer. This bitch had this stuff right up on her Instagram account, just sitting there. And, thinking that they could get away with all this shit. And they had until people started waking up. And then now they can't even be on social medias anymore. So that's a powerful tool to realize what we've done to visit that kind of stuff. So Anon just said Rachel Chandler had the possible Epstein Island security cam pic on her Instagram.
Wow.
And then Q just reshared that. That's what Q's talking about. People think they're untouchable. Here's some people Rachel's picture with: Rachel Chandler, Paris Hilton, both male to female. Paris Hilton and Rachel, or is that one Nikki? That one might, no, that's Paris still too, right? Yeah, Paris. But who did Nikki Hilton's sister of Paris marry? James Rothschild. Okay, they don't marry for love. That's for damn sure. Let's see. Okay, judge in the Jeffrey Epstein case dies. Here's that one queued up. We just covered that one. Sessions began the Epstein investigation. That's a big one. 10x speed underway. There's Pelosi, just like Mel was mentioning. Let's see. Does this single picture of Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane with Rachel Chandler refute his entire statement? Fake news, disinformation campaign failing. You are the news now. Together, you are strong, guys. And it's really powerful because, you know, nobody's listening to this bullshit media anymore. Just then, Bill Clinton issued a statement on Epstein. It's probably some dumb bullshit like he does. But nobody's believing the fake news anymore. And Trump helped paint that picture for us as well by saying, you know, 90% of the articles against me are negative and I still won by a landslide. That just proves they've lost all their credibility. All their credibility. So there's Sessions right here too. Oh, this is good if y'all don't know about Sessions, and we're going to end it on this one, and then we'll go to the Trump live thing, or we'll just play an outro and let y'all can watch him if he hasn't started yet. But this is Q drop 3371. So we got 17 metered in there, 33 dark to light stuff. July 8th, 2019. Anon shared this. Back in 2011, the indomitable Peter Schweitzer published Throw Them All Out, a detailed examination of political corruption as it actually is practiced in the halls of Congress. I want you guys to see this. So I'm going to make it nice and big. This is awesome if you don't know this. Okay, so this guy wrote this book about the political corruption as actually practiced in the halls of Congress. In his investigation, Schweitzer found one single member of Congress against whom no allegation.
Trump's coming on. Trump just came on live.
Okay, we're going to hop on over there. Here's Jeff Sessions. Let me read this one part. I'm going right to Trump. Schweitzer found one single member of Congress against whom no allegations could be held, who had never taken a dime that was not his and had never cut any backroom deals, had never, simply put, played the game. That individual was Jeff Sessions. There you go. That's our boy Jeff Sessions. Look at every T has been crossed, every I dotted, except for the missing I's that we just covered here too. So let's check it out on Trump and take it away, Poppy Chumpo.
Fantastic job. And Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. Marco Rubio is here, who gave a great few words toward the end of last week. He spoke for a couple of hours on what a good job we're doing, which is true. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my great honor to announce that I have approved a plan for the Navy to begin the construction of two brand new, very large, largest we've ever built, battleships. You know, you used to build the Iowa, the Missouri, the Wisconsin, the Alabama, many others. We had big battleships. These are bigger, but they will have 100 times the, they'll be 100 times the force, the power, and there's never been anything like these ships. These have been under design consideration for a long time. And it started with me in my first term, because I said, why aren't we doing battleships like we used to? And these are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful than any battleship ever built. So if you look at the Iowa, the Missouri, Wisconsin, Alabama, and others, but they were similar in size, some a little bit bigger than the others, but if you take the biggest one, it's 100 times more powerful. They're longer by a little bit, but and they're bigger. They're bigger ships, but they hold much more. They use the word lethality. Battleships are the largest, sturdiest, and most heavily armed vessel built specifically for naval combat. While America has built many new warships over the years, they've tended to be smaller, much smaller, and not conducive to where we are and where we're going, peace through strength. But including, we've been building aircraft carriers. We're going to be upping that also. We're going to be going to a superior aircraft. We have the Ford class. We're going to be upping that to a different class of aircraft carrier. And we haven't built a battleship since 1994. These cutting-edge vessels will be some of the most lethal surface warfare ships. It will be actually the most ever built other than our submarines. We have submarines which will have, in many ways, even more lethality, and we have many of them under construction. Each one of these will be the largest battleship in the history of our country, the largest battleship 100 times more powerful than the previous Iowa class, it's called. Those are the big ones that you'd see on a show. Victory at Sea. I don't know if anyone's seen Victory at Sea, but it was a classic. They'll help maintain American military supremacy, revive the American shipbuilding industry, and inspire fear in America's enemies all over the world. We want respect. We're going to have it. We already have it. More respected now than we ever were. A year and a half ago, they laughed at us. Now they respect us again at levels that they've never respected us. We envision that these two ships, we're talking about 10, but we're going to start with 2, and we're going to quickly morph into 10. And ultimately, we think it's going to be anywhere from 20 to 25 of these. But we're starting with the first 2 immediately, and we're going to then be very quickly involved with, I think, we're going to do another 8. And then we're going to ultimately and pretty quickly have a total of about 20 to 25. We'll make that determination. We envision that these ships will be the first of a whole new class of battleships to be produced in the years to come. From Theodore Roosevelt, the Great White Fleet, you remember that, the Great White Fleet, to the legendary USS Missouri, whose massive guns helped win World War II. America's battleships have always been unmistakable symbols of national power. We stopped making them for whatever reason, I don't know. And I want to congratulate John Thalen, who is your Secretary of the Navy. He came to me the first day we met. He talked about battleships, and I said, you're absolutely on the right track. He said, why are we doing other things? We have missiles, which are much more expensive. By the way, these battleships have tremendous numbers of missiles, but they also have guns. And in many ways, guns can do the trick just as well as missiles at a tiny fraction of the cost. Once completed, these new 30 to 40,000 ton plus vessels will be the flagships of the American naval fleet, and there has never been anything built like them. And I just want to, be very clear that we're building them here. We're working with others, but we're building them here. We have great Navy yards. We'll be negotiating with some of the companies that are running those yards, taking over the yards. We used to build a ship a day during World War II. Now we don't do ships very much anymore. We do military ships, we do submarines. By the way, we're 15 to 20 years advanced in our submarines over anybody else. That was one of the things that I did in my first term. We make the best submarines by far in the world. We're at least 15 years advanced ahead of anybody else in submarine development. Most powerful, that's right, the most powerful weapon anywhere in the world, undetectable. So the battleships are going to be armed just in terms of guns and missiles at the highest level. They'll also have hypersonic weapons, many hypersonic weapons, state-of-the-art electric rail guns, and even the high-powered lasers that you've been starting to read about. We have lasers where you aim the laser at a target, it just wipes it out. We're going to have, they'll be the most sophisticated lasers in the world, and the most sophisticated laser in the world will be on the battleships that we're building. They'll also carry the nuclear armed, sea-launched cruise missiles currently under development, which will be instituted pretty quickly, but they're under development and they've proven to be extremely lethal. The U.S. Navy will lead the design of these ships along with me, because I'm a very aesthetic person, alongside our partners in American industry, and we're going to have Pete Hegseth and Marco and a lot of very talented people involved, but a lot of it's already been done. We've been doing this for months. The construction will create thousands of American jobs. We're going to have the jobs be created. I mean, already we have factories being built unrelated to this, although AI will be a big factor when it comes to these ships. They'll be very AI controlled. Today's announcement is yet another step in our mission to make the United States Navy stronger than ever before. Again, when you talk about 100 times the power of these massive ships that we had years ago, it's pretty amazing. And next week I'm going to meet with the defense prime contractors. I'm going to meet with them here, Florida. And we're going to be talking about production schedules because they're too slow. We have many countries, allies, that are wanting to buy. We make the greatest equipment in the world by far. Nobody's even close, but they don't produce them fast enough. So we're going to be meeting with them to talk about the production schedules. We're going to have strong production schedules. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is to build new plants. Even with the F-35, we have many people who want the F-35 fighter jet, and it takes too long to deliver them to allies or to ourselves. It takes too long. The only way they're going to be able to deliver them is if they build new plants. They don't want to build new plants because that's expensive. So we're going to be discussing production schedules. We're going to be discussing CapEx spending. We'll be discussing the pay to executives where they're making $45 and $50 million a year and not being able to build quickly. They're going to make that kind of money. They have to build quickly. Again, we make the best equipment in the world, but they don't make them fast enough. And we're going to be also discussing dividends. We want the dividends to go into the creation of production facilities. So we'll be talking about all CapEx, dividends, and the pay. We're also going to be talking about buybacks. They spend so much money on buybacks. They want to buy back their stock. I don't want them to buy back their stock. I want them to put the money in plant and equipment so they can build these planes fast, rapidly, like immediately. I mean, I have sold more planes than any president by far, times probably 20. So every time I go someplace, I sell 100 planes. That includes commercial planes, Boeings, etc., but it also includes fighter jets. And I'm always having to say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, helicopters, Apache helicopters, many years. India bought them. They want to get them. They don't want to wait a long time. So we don't want to have executives making $50 million a year, issuing big dividends to everybody, and also doing buybacks. And then they say, well, we don't have the money to build a plant. They got to build plants. Plants to make F-35s, plants to make helicopters, plants to make the F-47 new jet. And that's it. And that's what I'm going to be talking to them about. They're going to start spending money on building airplanes and ships and the things that we need, not in 10 years and 15 years. We need them now. And we're strong about it. Last week, the Navy announced a brand new class of frigate, and they're going to be working with the South Korean company. Hanwha, a good company, recently agreed to invest $5 billion in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. We're opening up the Philadelphia Shipyard. Once a great yard. Now it was a long time ago decommissioned, but now it's reopening. Working with the Navy and working with private companies. The record-setting defense bill I signed last week authorized $26 billion to build new ships, including destroyers and various others. We already have a lot of submarines, as you know, under construction. We're building a lot of submarines. I tell you, to be exact, we have right now 15 submarines under construction or ready to start. And we have, again, the greatest submarine in the world with our technology, like they talk about chips. Well, I would say submarines are a bigger deal than chips. We're at least 15 years ahead of any other competitor. China, Russia, nobody can come close. We're also building right now 3 large aircraft carriers in addition to the ones we have. And we have, actually, interestingly, we have a lot of submarines. How many submarines do we have now altogether, approximately? Huh? What?
Over 30.
We have over 30. But these are the super duper subs, and there's nothing like them. So we're going to be doing from 12 to 15 brand new submarines. We have a couple of other things going on. We'll be building other elements of Navy. We'll be fixing up headquarters. We'll be fixing up places for our great sailors to live. And we're going to be working very hard with companies, but we're also going to be penalizing companies that aren't doing a good job. For instance, when they built the Ford, Gerald Ford, the cost overruns were ridiculous. That was done in Norfolk, Virginia. We're going to be talking about that with that company. The cost overruns were out of control. In World War II, the United States built upwards of 4 ships per day. Can you believe it? 4 ships a day, on average. And now there weren't all big warships, but there were ships, freighters, tankers. And it's a tragedy that we allow this incredible capability to just go astray. We don't do that much anymore. We do build our warships, but that's about it. But that's a lot. We're going to restore America as a major shipbuilding power. We're going to ensure the USA is the most powerful fleet anywhere in the world, and long into the future with battleships helping lead the way, and the submarines that, again, nobody competes with us on submarines. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words, followed by the Secretary, but if you would, Secretary of the Navy. But Pete's doing a fantastic job. By the way, we have drugs are down 96.2% coming into the United States. 92.6 by sea. And soon we'll be starting the same program on land. The land is much easier. But every one of those boats that
9 and 6
saved 25,000
9, 2,
lives.
and
So we
6
saved
to
25,000 lives every time we knock out one of those boats with the drugs pouring in. And you just have to see it. I mean, people say, "Oh, gee, do you think it was really drugs?" Well, just take a look. Bags all over the place. That's not fishing equipment. There's no fishing rods on those boats. They move fast. When you see a boat with 4 engines or 5 engines on, going 40, 50 miles an hour, well, they get hit. We save 25,000 lives every single time we knock out a boat. And it's over 96% stopped by sea. We're trying to figure out who the other 4% are, frankly. And we're going to have the same success, but even quicker, because it's much easier on land. If they want to come by land, they're going to end up having a big problem. They're going to get blown to pieces, because we don't want our people poisoned. 300,000 people died, probably last year 300,000. A lot of people say it was 200. Somebody said last night, it was only 175,000 people. That's like 3 stadiums, big football stadiums filled up with people died. But I think the real number is 300,000. We're not going to have that anymore. So we're doing a great job, and we enjoy doing it. Our border is secure. Our country is strong. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country from other countries and companies. They're building factories and plants, including auto plants, all over the United States of America. Without tariffs, they wouldn't be doing anything, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But it's only because they want to avoid paying tariffs that they're all coming in. And again, the biggest number was $3 trillion in history. That was China many years ago. Now it's $18 trillion, and that's just in 10 months. We think we could hit $20 trillion. That's investment in the United States, including plant and equipment. So thank you very much, and I'll ask Pete to say a few words, and then John. If you have any questions, we'll take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, you're exactly right. There are no fishing poles, no fishermen, and no fishing boats. Just drug dealers and narco-terrorists. And with every strike, we're saving American lives. No other president was willing to do real deterrence. That's exactly what's happening. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, Secretary Rubio, to talk about what peace through strength really looks like. You can talk about it, or you can invest in it, and you can build it. And that's exactly what President Trump is doing. At the Department of War, we're restoring the warrior ethos. In fact, the President mentioned the NDAA. We put into law merit-based. We put into law getting rid of DEI and political correctness. That's now part of how our military operates, and you've seen it in record recruiting in the spirit of the Department of War. We're rebuilding the military. President Trump did it once. He's doing again with historic investments today in shipbuilding, and we're reestablishing deterrence. Whether that's at the border, whether it's through Golden Dome, what happened with Midnight Hammer and what Iran found out, those drug boats, and of course the Houthis opening up the shipping lanes. American strength is back on the world stage. And the announcement of the Golden Fleet, anchored by new battleships, the biggest and most lethal ever, accomplishes all three of those things and marks a generational commitment to American sea power. Across the entire department, we are developing new operational concepts, deploying cutting-edge technologies, and making major investments, including in our Navy. This is happening in all domains, including space, as the President has talked about before anyone else. So it's the highest of domains and the lowest of domains under sea, and especially today in sea power, that always has to be decisive, has been in the history of America, and will continue to be under the leadership of President Trump. We will make sure that anything that flows from our country and with our allies flows freely and uncontested. New and better ships will provide that deterrent today and for generations to come. This new class, these new investments, will be the types of things that for decades, for centuries, the American people will look back and thank President Trump for having the vision and the willingness to invest right now in capabilities we need today, tomorrow, and long into the future. So, Mr. President, thank you for this investment, and I'll hand it over now to the Navy Secretary.
Mr. President, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here on a very consequential day. From my very first conversation with President Trump about serving as the Secretary of the Navy, he's talked about the great Iowa-class battleship and why America doesn't build ships anymore with that kind of offensive firepower that takes the fight to the enemy. During my time in the job, I've talked extensively with our combatant commanders, like Admiral Paparo and Admiral Cooper, and our CNO, Admiral Cottle. And what I've learned is that not only is the President's idea a good one, it's something that Navy desperately needs and now has a formal requirement for. The future Trump-class battleship, the USS Defiant, will be the largest, deadliest, and most versatile and best-looking warship anywhere on the world's oceans. I want to thank the President for his vision to make this game-changing capability for the United States Navy. The Iowa was designed to go on the attack with the biggest guns, and that's exactly what will define the Trump-class battleships. Offensive firepower from the biggest guns of our era. This ship isn't just to swat the arrows. It is going to reach out and kill the archers. And for the first time in generations, we'll have a new leg in America's nuclear deterrence, because the Trump-class battleship will carry the nuclear-armed, sea-launched cruise missile. Striking dominance isn't all that the Trump-class battleship brings to the fight at sea. It has the size and capacity to serve as a flagship for our fleet commanders so that they can command and control naval forces far out to sea. As shown in the series, and the President mentioned it, Victory at Sea, Admirals Bull Halsey and Raymond Spruance commanded the war in the Pacific from their battleship flagships during World War II. Now this new battleship will command everything from warships to drones and everything in between. We're going to make battle groups great again. And this is just one piece of the President's Golden Fleet that we're going to build with the investments he talked about. A new frigate, the right frigate, the one our warfighters have told us they need. More amphibious power for our Marines with new capabilities like the medium landing ship. As part of the Navy's high-low mix, we're moving out aggressively on unmanned vessels with funding from the President's One Big Beautiful Bill to bring options to the fight and pull new, non-traditional defense partners into the American shipbuilding ecosystem. And we're making a generational investment in support ships. Logistics wins wars, And that kind of shipbuilding is the spark that will ignite the industrial base and help power the commercial shipbuilding that the President has called for. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we will have more tonnage and firepower under construction than ever before in our history. Building the President's Golden Fleet means jobs across the United States, now. There'll be work for shipyards everywhere, from Philadelphia to San Diego, from Maine to Mississippi, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. And for manufacturers that will build components for this battleship in every state. The President has been clear. We must bring back our American maritime industrial might. And he has told me many times that as Secretary of the Navy, it is my job to equip our sailors to win the fight at sea with the finest ships in our history. To conclude, the USS Defiant battleship will inspire awe and reverence for the American flag whenever it pulls into a foreign port. It will be a source of pride for every American when it brings home our brave sailors who will sail defiant, raise their fists, and say, "We are peace through strength." And our adversaries will know when the Trump-class USS Defiant appears on the horizon, American victory at sea is inevitable. Thank you, Mr. President. Now when a conflict arises, you are going to ask not one, but two questions. Where are the carriers and where are the battleships? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention that John Phelan is one of the most successful businessmen in the country, in our country. Been a tremendous success, and he wanted to do this, and for nothing. He's taken probably the largest salary cut in history, but he wanted to do it. He wants to rebuild our Navy, and you needed that kind of a brain to do it properly. So I just wanted to give you a little information on him, which is probably enough. But one of the most successful men in the country, and he's that because he understands it, and he understands finance in addition to what we're talking about. Somebody who's doing a fantastic job is Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. And Marco, maybe say a few words, and then we'll answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't have much to add. This is a phenomenal presentation. Thank you, Mr. President. This is American industrial power returning. This is the ability, once again, to rebuild, to have industry in the United States. This is generational in the change, not just in terms of applying American war power, increasing our ability to protect the seas. The U.S. Navy is the single biggest source of peace in the world of all of our forces because it gives us a global footprint. But it rebuilds American industrial capacity. The ability to make things again in our country has been critical to what the President's agenda has been all about, and this is a tangible reminder of it. And I know the country's grateful for it, and generations of Americans will be grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Marco. By the way, I think I'd just like to point out that these ships are made of steel as opposed to aluminum. It's a big difference, as you know. Battleships, the great battleships, had 6- and 7-inch steel hulls, and these are going to be likewise made out of very powerful steel. Our steel industry is coming back very strongly, by the way. It's coming back at record numbers, and we're going to be using them for the steel, but as opposed to an aluminum side, which, in all fairness, is not the same. So, John, we're going with all steel, I understand, and it's going to be something that people are surprised, more expensive, but not even comparable in terms of the importance and the strength. Yeah, please.
What's your timetable for these first two ships, and do you see them as a counter to China?
We'll start almost immediately, and we'll probably talk in about 2.5 years.
And in terms of the mission, do you see it as a counter to China?
It's a counter to everybody. It's not China. We get along great with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and not China. It's just everybody. You don't know who comes along. But we just wanted peace through strength. Hopefully we never have to use them. But there will never be anything built like these. Think of it. Those battleships are incredible. These have 100 times the power. Think of that. I mean, and they were big and they were powerful. You know, I thought about taking some that are in dry dock and changing them. And then when I said that, you know, if we did, would be about, we could increase, if we doubled them, they'd be at like just a tiny fraction of what one of these was. This is the new technology, which is incredible. So we decided pretty early on not to do that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Julio Rosas with Most Peaceful Media. You just referenced the lower amount of illegal drugs that are coming by sea, and you just said that you're going to start that same program on land soon. Are you just referring to Venezuela, or are you referring to other countries in Latin America?
Anywhere drugs are pouring in, anywhere, not just Venezuela. Yes.
Speaking of Venezuela, oil. What are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic?
Maybe we'll sell it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
About Venezuela, sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro Venezuela would mean for them, of what coming back and restarting operations?
The big ones, yeah. I have. Yeah, please.
Why do you feel like this initiative was neglected for so many years, and does this come amidst the rising tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela?
We're talking about with Venezuela?
Yes.
Well, you had a different kind of a president before me. They didn't mind being ripped off. They didn't mind being robbed. They didn't mind drugs pouring into our country. They didn't mind the jails of Venezuela and Trinidad, Nicaragua being emptied into the U.S., where they take over Colorado and other places. I do mind. So you had a different kind of a president. I hope people are enjoying it, because we've never been respected more than we are now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their
By
full...
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they give me their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers, and Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, and as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago. And they're, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others. And they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people on there that are very strange in terms of leadership. But Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents, and there is tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question, because a lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin a reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success. Look, we have $18 trillion coming into our country. We have, I believe, we're going to have the most successful economy in history. We inherited a mess. Now prices are coming way down. Gasoline is less than $2 in some states. $1.99, $1.97, $1.95 a gallon. $1.95. Think of that. A gallon. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Epstein. And the problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the head of Harvard. He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on, and he was thrown off the Harvard board. Now, he was at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way. But fortunately, it's nice. But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there. But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never even been thought of, by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130 in New York. We're bringing it down to $20, and they're going to go up to 20. So they're going from 10 to 20, which is a doubling. It's a doubling. That's a lot, but it's a doubling. But we're going down to 20. So we're going down, if you can do your own math, but it's 2,000%, 3,000%. It's pretty amazing. And you know, the New York Times had a story about it, a small story, way in the back of the paper. It's the single biggest thing to happen with respect to drugs probably in 50 years. It's never been anything like this. In my first term, I was able to get drug prices down 0.25%. It's the first time in 28 years that they went down. 0.25%. I was so proud of myself. Now we're doing them 2,000%, 1,500%, 1,200%. That pill that sold for $130 will now be selling, as an example, for $20. Because the rest of the world took advantage of us. Without tariffs, I could have never done it. I called up the heads of the countries. As an example, France, I spoke to a very good man, President Macron of France. And I said, Emmanuel, you have to raise your drug prices. He said, no, we will not do that. I said, you have to. He said, no, I don't want to do that. Look, you're asking me if we go to $10 to $20, you're going to come way down to 20. We don't want to do that. Now, in all fairness, no other president even tried. But if they did try, there was actually a fake story in stupid USA Today. I didn't even think they'd make it anymore. I haven't. But I saw a story where Biden was trying to do this. Biden never tried to do it. Biden didn't know he was alive. He never tried to do it. But they're taking it from $10 to $20. So he would say, and the other leader said the same thing. No, we won't do it. I said, no, you're going to do it 100%. They said, nope, we're not doing it. We're not going to double our price. Because, again, if you go from $10 to $20, they're doubling their price. We're coming now, though, from $130 to $20, because we're going to get the lowest drug prices in the world. Whatever the lowest price is called favored nations, we're going to have the lowest price. So I said, no, you're going to. No, I will not do this. Politically, it's unacceptable. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to do it 100%. Please accept it now. Be nice. You're going to do it 100%. No, I will not. I said, yes, you will. He said, why do you keep telling me I am when I'm not? Because if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on everything France sells into the United States of America. And that's approximately 20 times more than I'm asking for with respect to drug prices. He said, I see. I agreed to do it. Every other country said the exact same thing. They all said, no, I will not do it. I said, all right, on Monday morning, you'll have the 25% tariff, everything you sell. In the case of France, it was wine, champagne, cars, everything they sell. It's 25 to 30 times the price of what we're talking about, at 25%. Every single country agreed. And that was a big problem. The drug companies were difficult, but fine, because we have a certain control over the drug companies. We had no control over these foreign nations. So every single country has agreed to do this. So we will take that pill price down, as an example, talking about not just pills, we're talking about everything. We'll take it down from $130 a pill down to $20 a pill. And the rest of the world will take it from $10 a pill up to $20. It's the biggest thing ever to happen, and it's covered, barely covered in the New York Times, because it's a fake newspaper. Yeah.
Mr. President, On shipbuilding, how does the administration plan to ensure that there's sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
Could you speak up?
How does the administration plan to ensure there is sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
We're going to have tremendous workforce availability. We're also going to have robots helping us. We're going to have a lot of robots helping us because we need it. And because we're going to town, we're building a lot between the AI and the auto plants. So we're going to need robots. We're going to have robots, but that's going to help us. We're going to have a tremendous workforce. And in order to operate you're always going to need people. You know, you can have robots, but you're going to have to get somebody to start those robots, and you're going to have to improve the robots. But we're going to have robotic factories plus manpower. So we're going to have enough. We're going to need the help of robots and other forms of, I guess you could say, employment. We're going to be employing a lot of artificial things, but the beauty is we're going to have more jobs than we've ever had. Just so you know, a number came out the other day. We have more jobs right now in the United States. More people are working right now in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. Pretty amazing. So we'll have the help of, you know, mechanical help, if you want to call it that, but we'll have tremendous employment. They'll be paid a lot of money. They'll do better than they ever did. Okay?
Mr. President, some may have been expecting a different kind of announcement today, hearing your Secretary of War and Secretary of State here. You mentioned strikes on land in Venezuela more than 15 times, even now, just in your recent remarks. Why should Maduro take your threats seriously? And
he can do whatever he wants.
What's your end game?
Maduro?
What's your end game?
There's no answer. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, we have a massive armada formed, the biggest we've ever had, and by far the biggest we've ever had in South America. He can do whatever he wants. It's all right. Whatever he wants to do. If he wants to do something, if he plays tough, it'll be the last time he's ever able to play tough. But they sent their prisoners into us. They sent people from jails, prisons. They sent people from mental institutions and insane asylums into the United States. Just walked right in because Biden had an open border policy. What the Biden administration did to our country can never be forgotten. They took in millions and millions, 25 million people over the course of 4 years. Many of those people were murderers and drug dealers, prisoners, rough prisoners, 11,888 murderers. More than half of them killed more than one person. They came into our country. Now, I spoke to Christine Noem today. I spoke to Tom Homan today. He came down to see me. And we had a great meeting. They've done an amazing job. We're getting them out. We're getting them out very fast. But this should have never happened. But Venezuela was one of the... Venezuela took advantage of the open borders that Biden created more than any other country. Tren de Aragua, we had gangs all over. Look, I mean, you have a very weak governor in Colorado. Look what happened in Colorado where they would occupy apartment houses. And he didn't want to do anything about it because he was scared. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in response to the United States taking sanctioned oil from Venezuela, Colombian President Gustavo Petro criticized the United States by saying, well, the Southwest is stolen land and that it should be returned to Latin America. I just wanted to know what your response to that is.
Well, he has to watch because, you know, he's got drug factories. They make cocaine in Colombia. And he's no friend of the United States. He's very bad guy. And he's got to watch his ass because he makes cocaine and they send it into the United States of America from Colombia. We love the Colombian people. I love the Colombian people. They're great people, energetic, smart, great. But their new leader is a troublemaker. And he better watch it. He better close up those cocaine factories. They have at least 3 major cocaine factories. We know where they are. He better close them up fast, yeah. By the way, it's made and sold into the United States. Comes through Mexico.
Thank you, sir. You've named Governor Landry to be new special envoy to Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you? What do you see that role entailing? And is it still your intention that
Well, he
Greenland
called
become
me,
part of
and
the
you know,
U.S.?
he viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, I'm governor of Louisiana. And he said, I would love, I didn't call him, he called me. He's very proactive. He's a great guy. He's a deal guy. He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population. And I don't know, they say Denmark, but Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection. If they say that Denmark was there 300 years ago or something with a boat, well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure. So we'll have to work it all out. But he felt very strongly, we need it for we need Greenland for national security. Not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security. We have to have it. And he wanted to lead the charge. So we're making him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland's a big deal. Yeah.
Can you give an update on the talks that took place this past weekend, and could a trilateral discussion of sort be the next step for Ukrainian, U.S. and Russian delegations?
So the talks on Ukraine, Russia are going along. They lost, as you know, 27,000 soldiers last month, mostly soldiers, some people in Kiev, etc., but mostly soldiers. And the talks are going along. And I say that, there's tremendous hatred between these two leaders. Between President Putin, President Zelensky, tremendous hatred, and I hope we can get it done. We are talking, talks going okay, but I've solved 8 wars, and Thailand is starting to shape up. They started with Cambodia, they started up again, but I think, Marco, we have that in pretty good shape to have that stopped. So we stopped 8 wars. And I thought this would be in the middle of the pack, but maybe easy, but in the middle of the pack. But there's a lot of hatred between those two people, and when there's hatred, there's, But we stopped one war 38 years, one war 35 years, one war was going on for 32 years. And we stopped, think of it, we stopped a potential nuclear war between Pakistan and India. And the head of Pakistan, highly respected general, he's a field marshal, and also the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more, by getting that war. 8 planes we shot down. That war was starting to rage. And he actually said the other day that President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more. So we solved all these wars. The only one I haven't solved yet is Russia, Ukraine.
Are you still pushing for the Christmas Day deadline with Russia and Ukraine? And have you spoken with Putin or Zelensky or plan to push the deal?
I'll do whatever I have to do. I'd like to see it stop. Look, we don't lose any money in that war anymore. Biden gave $350 billion, and who knows what happened to it. We now sell missiles, planes, all of the best military equipment. We sell it to NATO. We got NATO to go from 2% GDP to 5%. Nobody believed that to this day. Nobody's going to write that, but nobody believed it. And they take that money and they pay it to the United States for weapons. So we sell weapons to NATO. We sell full price. We sell weapons to NATO, and NATO takes those weapons and probably distributes them, but gives a lot of them to Ukraine. So we don't lose any money like we did with Biden. He was spending money like a fool. He was a fool. What he did to our country is so horrible. But he gave $350 billion between cash, gave a lot of cash, $350 between cash and weapons. You remember at the beginning of that whole thing, I gave them javelins. Javelins are the anti-tank busters. And President Obama at the time gave them sheets.
Blankets. That's right from a Q drop. Javelins and blankets is directly from a Q drop.
I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But the bottom line is time for, I think they're all tired of that war. Everyone's tired of that war. It's got to stop. Yeah, please.
The U.S. was in active pursuit of a sanctioned oil tanker yesterday. Are you able to share what became of that tanker? Was the U.S. able to seize it?
No, it's moving along, and we'll end up getting it. Yeah, we're actually pursuing it. Can you imagine? Because it came from the wrong location. It came out of Venezuela, and it was sanctioned. Yeah, please.
Ultimate goal in Venezuela to force Maduro from power.
Well, I think it probably would. I can't tell that. That's up to him what he wants to do. I think it would be smart for him to do that. But again, we're going to find out. Look, Venezuela did terrible things to the United States. They sent hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people into our open border They sent their criminals, they sent their prisoners, they sent their drug dealers, they sent their mentally insane and incompetent people into our country more than any other country. Others did too. The Congo did. Others did too. And we just let them come right in because we were run by a stupid president. But you don't have a stupid president anymore.
Mr. President, have you set up the meeting with the healthcare insurers just yet? And what are you hoping to get? How
I'll
are
be
you hoping
setting
to
it up.
lower
I think we're
costs?
going to meet with the healthcare insurers, the insurance companies. So what I'm asking for in healthcare is very simple. Obamacare is a disaster. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act. Unaffordable as opposed to if it's unaffordable. They're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which is them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault. What I want to do is we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year that go to insurance companies. I want that money to go to the people and let the people buy their own health care. And everybody loves it. It's become our issue. Now, before I do that, I'll meet with the insurance companies, just as I met with the drug companies. As you know, we're meeting with 4 other drug companies, Johnson & Johnson. But they've all agreed. We're meeting with them this week. It's coming up. It'll be a similar meeting. They've all agreed. But nobody would have thought the drug companies were going to do what they did, where they're giving away free drugs. And they've been so great. Okay? And we have most favored nations. Nobody thought that was possible. I don't think any other president ever tried to get it because they never thought they could. But with respect to the insurance companies, I want to meet. There's essentially 14 of them, 10 big, but there's a total of 14 pretty much, pretty big. And I want to meet with them and I want to say, I want you to cut your rates way down, way down. And maybe if they do that, we'll be able to not cut them out. We'll be able to continue to deal with them, which is probably a little easier process. I think the best process is pay the money directly to the people, let them buy their own health care. But I'm going to meet with them the first week back. I do it now, but they're trying to come up with a schedule. They want to meet badly, they've told me, but they want to come up with a schedule. I said, make it a good schedule. Your rates have to come way down. We're also going to meet with other insurance companies because under Biden, the insurance rates have gone through the roof. Auto insurance, home insurance. I mean, insurance companies are making far more than they're entitled to make. So we're going to be doing that. But just in the meantime, we'll be meeting with the insurance companies in the first week, the first few days back in Washington, because they're trying to come up with a proposal that will satisfy me. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I hope you're going to enjoy the battleships. They're going to be beautiful. Thank you. And have a great Christmas if I don't speak to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Wow, that was good.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
President Trump with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of the Navy John Phelan. The Trump class.
Oh. Yeah, Kyle's back.
Where are you at? You off? Are you on there?
I'm here somewhere.
Okay. I'll put you on. Hey, Matthew. What's up, brother?
What's up?
We've been a while. Oh, 322.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Say what's up.
What's up?
So he handled the Epstein question pretty interestingly again. I love how he does his weave. He weaves and bobs and weaves.
He does the weaves like a master. Bobs and weaves.
Keeping everybody on their toes.
That's right. On their tippy toes. Tippy top of the tippy toes. That's for sure.
That's right. Hey, Matthew Q. Are we going to end Q school? Oh. No? You want to keep Q school? Are you going out with Cappy? Is Cappy taking us home?
We should.
Oh. Yeah. Cappy? Say Cappy. Cappy. Matthew Q says Cappy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That's going to be fun with Wano Saving, you guys.
Yes, want to save it tomorrow, guys. Thank you, everybody. A couple new items too in the shop. If you get a chance to, I think there's a stickers. There's Qschqql stickers too in the shop. It's hammertime.printify.me. Thank you guys for all the donations, all the beautiful wishes, some gifts from the friends for the holidays. You guys are really super amazing. We love you all so very much. But it's just like we're all a big family. It's profound. Like different times I've read the comments after the show, I'm like getting teared up and stuff, like possibly connected with like, all the beautiful comments in there, and especially all the beautiful things to say about Matthew Q and Tim 17 and Melzie and myself and all the beautiful anons that are in this amazing family of community and lovers and leaders. We love you all out there. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful holiday season. Merry Christmas tomorrow. We are here tomorrow. Tomorrow, tell your friends. Put some reels out. Make some posts for us. Tag me in there. Undercover White Hat on the things, or Kyle Hansen on Facebook. I'll reshare that shit. 107 tomorrow. Talking about Tina Peters, some other stuff. Really special moment for everyone. All of us. All of our hard work, Qschqql family. Good things are coming, guys. Good things are coming. I say, can we get Tina Peters for Christmas? Is that something we can ask Poppy Chumpo? And let's have a little Christmas miracle for everybody. Say we have get Christmas Tina Peters home for Christmas. I think we can ask that tomorrow, huh?
Hoorah! Let's do it.
Hoorah! Hoorah! Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. So Qschqql 1222, Dark Light. Be out of here. 17 minutes. This is Brackets and Jackets. Isaac Cappy. Brackets and Jackets. One of my favorites. We're gonna let him roll down. Listen to what he says. Future proofs past. Future proofs past. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
See you.
17 p.m. Eastern Time, baby. 12:23.
Bye, guys. Love, love, love.
Love, love, love.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's Brackets and Jackets. Bringing it back for Brackets and Jackets. Special Epstein Island edition.
What kind of edition?
Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed.
I do.
And they're paying a lot of people.
They want them know about their shit,
Epstein's
do they?
paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Brackets and Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys.
About what?
A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. Alright, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also
Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me.
Well,
you guys know?
Don't know.
Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma?
Yeah.
Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell?
That's for sure.
Yep. All of the above.
All the above.
All of the above.
All the above.
Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. See, here's something that really made a kind of weird epiphany to me today, is when I figured out that Gabe Hoffman lives in West Palm Beach, Florida, and is an investor in West Palm Beach, Florida, and had a documentary about this guy, Bryan Singer. But isn't Bryan Singer Epstein as well? Were they maybe setting up a little play for this guy, Bryan Singer? Maybe they didn't even bring him down to where the real shit was happening. They always had a fall guy to take him out. That's kind of where my mind's going. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. What about Alex Jones? Who else is Epstein funding? The guy was friggin' loaded. And there's accounts in the Cayman Islands. Plus, if you've got paymasters, if you've got people that will pay and do your dirty work for you, like set up ups on patriotic Americans. Well, what about that? By the way, I got a call today from somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. It was the best, guys. It was a very good call. Some things are happening all over the world. Oh yes, some things are happening all over the world. By the way, may I remind you that scientist that was busted in Portland just a couple of days or maybe a week ago was busted for producing CP, and he is 1 degree away from Epstein. That's right, Epstein. Pull it out. Pull it out. Pull it like a thing on the bottom. Pull it like a thing on the bottom. Pull that motherfucker out.
Pull it out.
And everything all falls down. Prove me wrong. You see, Epstein is so many things and so many people, and so much was going on underneath the Temple of
We just read about
Doom.
that.
Well, I hate to be a harbinger of bad news, but people took devices into the temple, you friggin' idiots.
Phones were allowed in.
That's why we have everything. We
have
have everything. It's true. And you know how we do. Send this to your mom. Be like, hey mom, hey AOC, hey Rashida, is there anyone who would like to look into this Jeffrey Epstein character? Because he has some associations we should look into. You might as well do it. Is there anyone brave enough? I think all of America could be brave enough, because here's what Epstein means once you take it out. That means a bunch of bad guys on both sides go tumbling down. Like, hey, Democrats, I'll tell you what, I bet you if you pull this Jenga, we could get, we could do a lot of good for all of America, make all of America great, and get rid of the hate and infighting and people that somehow irrationally go after Q, because I think Q is a pretty cool dude. That's right, Turtle. That is correct. We must unseal. Let's see what lurks inside those records. What's inside those records? Let me see what you got in there. What do you got in there? Oh boy! Nail you to the wall. Prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong. Ooh, 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 I am high. I am indeed high on amazing vibes and feelings that we are entering into a new era. But first, we might have to do a few things. That's right. See, you can't just keep covering it up because the truth's coming out and you can't put it under the ground.
Bring it on home,
as hard as you try, run to it. Make a run for it, you bitch. See, you are going down and your clowns. You are all going down to the ground. This is Talk to Light, Talk to Light. That's right. Get another proxy, bitches. Masadi hotties and motherfucking little ho daddies. You got all that fucking blackmail from Epstein Island. And you want to keep it on the low, but you can't, bro. You cannot keep it up, bro. Oh boy, this Epstein guy keeps some interesting company, doesn't he? Prove me wrong.
Prove me wrong.
What about Branson? I mean, he's right there. What about the guy named, what about maybe some secret guys? Huh? Maybe some filmmaker guys. Who else is Epstein? That's the thing, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with Epstein. I mean, it is a fact that Epstein was pictured with Trump. Now, I know better, but shouldn't it at least be looked at, America? Yeah, Rachel, that's where my head's going. Who else was on the island? Was Paris Hilton? Oh shit. Was Paris? Were you there, Paris? Paris, were you there? Is that why you're fucking doing what you're doing? You know what happens when we sing this song, and we all sing along. Yes, the Lolita Express. Who was on that plane, and what was they doing? They were in Santa Fe, New Mexico, weren't they? Santa Fe, Epstein, heard he got a ranch out there, heard that Mexico's really close. What about when the border was porous with all those people poured upon us? Those little people smuggled in and sold to people, like what happened in Tucson and probably New Mexico and probably California, all over the world. This industrial complex of fucking slavery. These modern day slavers are slaverers. That's right. Santa Fe, New Mexico. I don't know if he was in the city, may have been the county. Not quite sure on the details of that aspect. Probably should look it up. But I know that the flight logs showed that Jeffrey Epstein was definitely in Santa Fe. Oh, me. Oh, yes, please have a look. Have a look. Spread it around now. Oh yeah, Prince Andrew. So that brings a royal family into the equation. Who knew? There's lots of choppers overhead sometimes. They like to have a peek. Yeah, they like to have a peek.
Like a little beach.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So think about the concept of a bagman, hey? What about a bagman? A bad man who holds the bag for bad man. Is it Jeffrey Epstein? Eh? Is it a Jeffrey Epstein? Hey! Palm Beach, what's up? We're coming to you live from America. Oh boy. It's so funny to watch people be stupid, fucking idiots. True story. It makes me laugh. Sometimes it makes me cry when bad people do bad things to other people. But that's why we do what we do. So who else was on the island? Who's on the island? Who's on the island? Illuminati gay frogs, that's correct. Illuminati gay frogs, gay frogs. Get on the phone with your senators and let's make a fucking ruckus. We need to get to the bottom of this Epstein guy. What was going on the island? Who was on the flight logs? What is in the tunnels? And why is Jeffrey Epstein paying so many fucking people all across America?
Who's backing him?
That's right, that's right, that's right. Is Trump involved? Well, I mean, it's obvious he hung out with Epstein a few times, so yeah, he is involved. Everyone's involved, guys. Everyone. Maybe, what about, the Clintons are big time into it. Of course, we must know. Let's clean America out. I guarantee you will have a better taste in your mouth. When this is all done, it's like toothpaste. Lick it up. Avenatti, I don't know. We know that Avenatti was trying to blackmail Nike. But by the way, Nike is Epstein problems too. You see, Portland is Epstein problems too. And Hillary is Epstein problems too. It's all Epstein, guys. All Epstein. Make sure you download this, spread it around. This is important, guys.
You said send it to your mom. Your mom's here. Oh, by the way.
Who else is on the island? Henry Chandler has an association. Why do you think the media assets of Jeffrey Epstein? Because who has the will and the means to take the truth tellers out? You see, you can never take truth tellers out because we tell the truth. And that for you means you are at a strategic disadvantage. Especially now when we have friends. We have friends who aren't the bad guys. In fact, we have friends who are the good guys. And the good guys win. Read the book. It's in the end.
Cappy? Cappy! Cappy! Woo!
They said, read the book. Good guys win in the end. Oh, thank you, Cappy. Thank you, Cappy. Check this one out too, Tim. Is Momager. This is from Raymond. Beautiful Momager drew Raymond drew me as a white hat. He's been making drawings for a long time. He actually has ducks crossing the Delaware and Durham boats before the Q drops came out. I think I have those. She's been sending me this one that Raymond drew of Isaac Cappy. Tim, check it out. I got it on the screen. Check it out. Look at that in 2019. And so there's the sunflowers. There's Cappy, make magic. And by the way, too, some people that do the spin, like try to say Trump's MAGA, is like a certain level of mace or something, but it means magician, you know, and that's really what the white hats are. Is we are white magicians. We're make magic with love and you know, making this beauty and stuff. So I love that too. Is make magic, make magic by doing what you love doing and what smiles, make you laugh and all that good stuff. I saw Scott said he was dancing. Hopefully some of y'all get up and actually dance when we play some of this. We used to do it all the time in Telegram. We'll try to do more of that kind of fun stuff. I wish I could like share screen. Like, well, I figured out too to play the music and also be able to share the screen on different stuff. What were you gonna say, Tim?
I was just thinking about Trump when he was just talking earlier with Pete Hegseth and talking about the ships, and then of course the Q&A part. When was the last time you heard him say, "I kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of my hotel"?
I heard it once before. It seems like he's saying it more often.
How long ago though? That was a long time ago, guys.
Oh yeah.
So he finally came out and said that again today. He was weaving and bobbing, but he said, "Oh yeah, Epstein, I kicked him out."
Bobbing and weaving. Yeah, he did. He said that specifically. I guess it has been a while since he said that. Huh?
I'd like to know if you guys maybe do some digging, but as far as I can tell, because you know me, Kyle, I watch all the time he talks, all the rallies, all the communicate, all that stuff, and that's the first time, other than the original beginning videos where he was being interviewed by certain people, and that's when he explained that I had to kick him out of my hotel, right? But he's never come out during a Q&A, as far as I can tell or remember, and say, "Oh, by the way, yeah, I kicked him out." Like that to me, that's the first time in, I would say, fucking 8, 9, 10 years now.
Oh, well, I feel like he said it even more recently, like a week or like a month ago, or even a couple weeks ago. He said it like he kind of said it. He specifically said it somewhere in these last.
Yeah, you think out of the Oval Office?
My mind troubles with a little bit of time, but it's within the last couple months. It's almost kind of he's like being more direct with it, because when they were kind of doing the latest hit pieces on him, when they were trying to do the fake stuff, putting it out, he said directly that he was the one that kicked him out.
Oh, he did say that? Okay, I missed that part then. Yeah, I found that really interesting. Anyway, my ears perked up. Said, "What did you just say, boss?"
Here on X over here, look at this. So Cappy was talking about Tucker. Now this just came out. Chris Tucker opens up after reports he flew privately with Jeffrey Epstein, also spotted with Bill Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell, and the released Epstein files. So there it is, Chris Tucker, just like what Cappy was saying. Here.
You knew Jeffrey Epstein, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. You know, we flew Bill Clinton and a lot of different. Well, that was a humanitarian trip to Africa, and I met him on that trip because it was his plane. I didn't know who plane we was getting on, but it was a whole bunch of dignitary people who was with a delegation, and yeah, I met him, and you know, you don't know people what they do in their private lives, so yeah.
But tell me this, Chris. You was on this private plane, and you could tell that it was a private plane because they called it, was it Lolita Express?
Oh yeah, it was a private plane. Yes. Oh yes.
But wait a minute. You didn't never go to that island, did you?
No. I don't know where that thing at.
Well, in case you ever wonder what they look like when they're lying right to your face, it's right there. Oh. Chris Tucker has long been on the Epstein list too, right? Because again, Epstein, if you look at the files, the first time they fly, they put the full name. Then after that, they do initials, kind of like how the Q drops are with letters, you know, of the your initials and stuff, because you don't need to keep writing it because you have it there. So Chris Tucker's long been on there. That's what it looks like when you get cornered with the question there, how they act and respond, but they're all connected to it.
Yeah, that's that nervous laughter, right? Nervous laughter. Yeah, for sure.
Somebody on Instagram said he said a few days ago, Tim. So anybody, maybe if they're still watching, Apex, any diggers out there, if you guys have the AI, maybe ask when Trump said that specifically again, where he was asked, and then, or he said specifically, he threw something out. Val Babs, shout out Val Babs on Instagram. Not familiar with you. Thank you though for watching and commenting. They said he said a few days ago. And shout out Ed Jules, Merry Christmas. Thanks for all the beautiful kind words you say, and all the, you know, just you've been awesome. Thank you so much for always watching. Amy Overman too, Boyd, all you guys that watch all the time over on Instagram. Cheyenne Moon, thank you. Love you guys.
We're almost 4 hours into this.
I know. I know. And like I thought the Instagram used to cut it off after 3 hours, but it's letting it go. So here we are. like the good old days, just the boys now too. The good old days.
Oh, jeez.
So, let's see here. Let's go through the rest of these little Epstein things that I had on X. Why we're here. So there's that. That was the video. So there's this picture. You can see that's a good picture right there. Let's see. Somebody in the comments said, Chris Tucker. Oh, this is the same guy. No, Chris Tucker is responding after a report surfaced that he flew privately Epstein and was spy with all them. We kind of saw how he responded. As more names and connections come to light, public scrutiny is intensifying. Questions aren't going away. Transparency matters, especially when powerful people are linked to something this dark. That's damn right, man. That's damn right. That's right. So, hold on. I have some other stuff here. Epstein, what's this one? In addition to being friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, David Copperfield was at Marina Abramovich's 70th birthday party in 2016 and attended the Statue of Liberty Museum's opening in 2019 with Hillary Clinton. Spirit cooking, which Marina Abramovich also links to Ghislaine Maxwell and Hillary Clinton. It's one big Illuminati club, as George Carlin would say. And these assholes, they're pretty sick and twisted to get these earthly material gains. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this graphic. Marina 70, Marina Killery, David Orange, Marina Abramovich, David Copperfield. Is that really their name? What is going on there? I don't know who wrote that. Anyways, there they are. Getty Images. Interesting. Getty has all these images all the time. Copperfield. So lots of stuff been released in those graphics and images. If you guys find some interesting ones, maybe add us on Qschqql or Diggers or one of those. And then, or if you want us to go over some on a maybe in the future, we'll have the time to look through it and see what all they got on there. But pretty interesting, all this stuff's dropping. Again, X pretty good spot. This one was interesting. This person got mixed up and confused with that. Somebody thought to put in a thread of pictures with Ghislaine Maxwell, but that's not her name's. That's not Ghislaine Maxwell. This is obviously a different woman. But it's with a quote unquote Lady Gaga. This isn't Ghislaine Maxwell, but she's obviously buddy chum with Lady Gaga. And then if you know the symbolism, the shirt, she's wearing the panda shirt. So
the panda eyes, yeah, panda eyes right in your face.
So that's pretty sick, man, when you learn this stuff. And so it's all out there now. And interesting, again, this person still laughs about it. The one on the bottom left isn't Ghislaine now. And again, her name's Ghislaine Maxwell. Is that really how you pronounce it? I mean, or Ghislaine, who make, bunch of daughters of Robert Epstein, who owned a big media mogul in empire in the Europe, and then also was part of Mossad essentially, and super wealthy spy. And look at though the Anons are awake though. Follow people like this. Look at notice their panda eyes. I was gonna say that. So people are waking up. I think I had some other ones. Let me see here. Actually,
we're getting to that point now where the whole world is watching. So, and that's a good place right now for all of us. Even if they don't get it, understand it yet, they will.
Here's one, maybe to just like keep us sharp. All right, let me put this one. I'll save down thing for just a second. Here's something to pay attention to. This is just my observations. So right here, this guy, Joseph Post, he says, a photo from the Epstein files shows Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, all huddling around a desk in Winston Churchill's war rooms, the secret underground meeting place for the British cabinet during World War II. This picture was taken in 2002, the same year Ghislaine Maxwell was standing outside number 10 Downing Street. Who was prime minister in 2002? Tony Blair, a.k.a. Miranda. I've never heard that name before for him. I don't know if that's like his Secret Service code name or if he's like a cross-dresser as another nickname. That's a weird little ad. These people were powerful and controlled child trafficking networks within the UK. So here's the picture. There's a world globe up here behind them, a fan, a cord, kind of a whatever room. Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, not sure of him. There's Ghislaine Maxwell, two others. And it's like a table and there's notebooks and stuff. And then here it's like zoomed in. This would probably be the British military or whatever. And then I don't know, this could definitely not necessarily be the same room. I feel like that would be easy to copy. So all I would say is, you want to kind of verify that information, and that takes a little bit of time sometimes, but more than likely these assholes, I wouldn't surprise us if they were in some underground bunkers, where British cabinet members would meet during World War II. It's a, what do you call it? It's a skiff. You know, they're part of the evil cabal. How are they going to communicate if the NSA is watching them? Well, they need to go into a skiff, right? So they'd have, you know, sensitive compartmentalized information facilities like this. So that's, anyways, just more shit these people do. Let's see what else I had. Saved Epstein. Oh, here's Chrissy Teigen. This is really important. We covered this a lot, and I love using Chrissy Teigen as an example of how far we've come in the movement. You look back to see how far we've come. Is Chrissy Teigen, you know, in 2017 could tweet the word adrenochrome. How many people even would know what that is? How many people still out there don't know what adrenochrome is, what that means? But in 2017, think about where you were yourself. If that word drifted across, would it even do anything to where? And then by 2020, she couldn't even be on Twitter. Here's some little highlights from this whole thing. If you've never seen Chrissy Teigen's tweets, hers are some of the worst. I mean, they're not like you'd want to rank this shit, but they all have horrific stuff. But she really kind of takes the cake on her, the things she says and the amount of them that she has here. So let's take a look. So first, Epstein, then Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested on July 2nd, 2020. Many celebrities started to mysteriously scrub their social media. This was really fun for us guys, being a Q-tard in 2020, being wide awake to this. We were watching all this in real time, and like we were like the citizen journalists for everyone, for our friends and family, for what the fuck's going on in this world. We're like hot, you know, like this is live. The Q jobs are coming in. We're smashing on things, and so in that July, what was happening there? Okay, so the celebrities started acting super weird. And Cindy, or if anybody's out there, keep pushing on me to make sure to do an episode on all the celebrities, how weird they acted in 2020. And some guys do some really good videos of even like, this is how would people doing a sting operation for like any time to organize criminal activity, let's say a drug operation. It's the same thing. They're making the person call somebody right there. They're at Ellen's house, and they make her call Jennifer Aniston live in the spot. And this guy, you could tell he's a ex-drug dealer, like knows the game. The streets is like breaking it down for us. He's like, this is what's happening right here. Really cool to like show that and stuff. So anyways, here's this, what this Anon's saying right here. Okay. Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell arrested July of 2020. Many celebrities started to mysteriously scrub their social media. Chrissy Teigen scrubbed 60,000 posts in July 2020 alone. She later deleted her entire Twitter or X account in March of 21. The truth was right in front of you the whole time. There's some of the logos. If you guys aren't, this is declassified FBI stuff. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar. If you aren't, look into this. Little boy lover, girl lover symbolism. Okay, the heart within a heart. Be mindful, do your own research, and also, double check things. One symbol, sometimes symbols can be similar and people don't know. So always do your research, and, don't just because you see one symbol on one thing, don't immediately say this person's bad or whatever. Okay. Always be mindful of that. But that's what this is. And this is a little video. Let's see if it plays. I think it's a minute. Let's see. So, yeah, I'm not going to read these. I think I'll just let them go, and then we're getting long, and then we're going to wrap it up. Actually, that's even like Qschqql homework for you guys. I don't think we need to go into that. So we did the Epstein. The Cappy was crushing it on the thing. I think I want to end with some kind of little positive thing. So I'm going to go over to, let's see if we got some Scotty Marr, something Rumble, do something fun like that. But thanks for rocking it for us along with us a long time, Tim. Appreciate you, brother. Let's see what Anon has.
Appreciate you too, brother. Yeah, you and Melzie. Thank you. And looking forward again to tomorrow's show. Hopefully all of you can come back and join us just 2 days before Christmas with 107. It's going to be a very special time to have that long anticipated chat with Juan.
Amen. Let's go. So I see one is from 11 months ago, but the fight is on. So just for reference, it looks like I think Trump would have been inaugurated already. But let's see what Anon's got from us from 11 months ago. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. We love you all, and we'll be back tomorrow with 107. Love, love, love.
You cannot comply your way out of a tyranny. It is impossible. Trying to do so, you will only feed a gigantic alligator in the hopes of being eaten last. But guess what? your turn will come. End your silence. Speak up. Stop complying. Start rebelling. They're out to get you if you do not resist. To defy this unfree world, I have decided to become so absolutely free that my very existence is an act of rebellion. These brave citizens and millions more around the world, these are the people you will have to reckon with from now on. We are millions around the world. It is you that is the small fringe minority.
Ooh! Greedy psychopaths are outnumbered.
Take it from the millions and millions of people around the world. We will bring you down. We will not tire until we have done just that. You wanted this fight? Well, guess what? You've got it. Let's fight. So brace yourselves. We are here and the fight is on.
Fight is on, baby. Where we go wall, we go wall. Oh yeah, tomorrow we got 107, December 23rd, one day before Christmas Eve. Come hang out with us. We love you all. Love, love, love.